Council will stand in session. Roll call, please.
I'm not here asking you to stop growth.
A member of my family was killed with a gun. It can happen, and it does, and it was an accident.
I implore you to vote against these fares and cutting services.
Aye passes 5-2.
A lot can happen in a day. We'll make sure you don't miss a thing.
returned from our closed session. We don't have any changes to the agenda this evening. I will point out a couple of upcoming meeting items. Next Monday, September 23rd, we're going to have a presentation from the Brentel Group, and they're going to be presenting the Sustainable Energy Plan Priority Action Recommendations, and we'll discuss implementation strategy. The following Monday, the 30th, we don't have a regular council meeting. We will be meeting with the city manager. The following day, Tuesday, October 1st, is the city's nominating caucus at 7:30 in this room. The following Monday, October 7th, we have two public hearings, one on the Long Branch Sligo traffic calming request, and the other one on the FY 2015 CDBG program. And finally, on Monday, October 14th, among other items, we're scheduled to have a work session discussion of the Tacoma Metro development. So that's just a couple of upcoming items that should be of interest to folks. And then for the record, I have a mayoral proclamation, and let me just read that real quick. This is about car-free days. The National Capital Region Transportation Planning Board is a metropolitan planning organization for this region, and the TPB, through its Commuter Connections program, promotes and organizes annual car-free day events along with its network members throughout the area. The car-free day event will be spanning 3 days this year, this coming Friday, September 20th, and Saturday and Sunday as well, and that'll give everybody an opportunity to participate on a weekday as well as the weekend. And that invites Washington Region citizens to try alternative forms of transportation, such as bicycling and walking, and car-light methods such as carpools, van pools, teleworking, and making fewer trips by car. And whereas it benefits the region through improved air quality, reduced traffic congestion and parking demands, and the conservation of energy, I proclaim September 20th to 22nd as car-free days in Tacoma Park and encourage all citizens to pledge to be car-free or car-light. And you can get more information by visiting the website carfreemetrodc.org. And that proclamation is today. We will now move to
It doesn't say public comments, but we'll do public comments next.
I got 2 phone calls.
Well, we will amend the agenda. We will have public comment. So at this time, if anybody has anything that they would like to make any comment on, since we don't have any, well, we do have one voting item this evening. So if you have any comments on budget amendment number 2, if you can hold those for the special session. Otherwise, welcome. And I'm happy to welcome former City Manager Bev Habita.
Good evening. Good to see you all. I'm here to introduce a friend of mine who's been a Tacoma Park resident and who's a little hesitant, never been in front of you, never been in front of an elected body before, so she's a little, learning how to do this.
So you're
anyway,
her shield?
I'm her shield, in essence. She has a story that she wants to tell you about something that happened on September 11th last week. And I would ask your indulgence if she goes over time a little bit. What I'd like you to listen to is the impact that this had, obviously, on this individual who's a constituent of yours, as it relates to some county matters, and with the recognition that 3 city residents are on the county council. Perhaps you can think in terms of process and what might the city be able to do to assist. And so I'd like to introduce to you city resident Ardeen Prano.
Thanks.
Hi.
Welcome.
I'm Ardeen Prano, and until last Wednesday, I lived at 600 Kennebec Avenue. I'd lived there for 30 years as of the 1st of September. I left my apartment at 8:25 on Wednesday morning, arrived back at 2:10, and my apartment was completely destroyed. We had gotten a notice the day before that they were turning off the gas and working on something, and then they'd light the pilot lights in the individual apartments later, and we didn't need to be there. And what happened in the interim is anybody's guess. But what really bothers me is what happened when I got back. I pulled up, and there were fire trucks, police cars, everything everywhere. And some policemen, I know they were going to tell me to move along until I told them that's my apartment that the windows are out of and the fire ladder, truck ladders going through. And then they started asking me questions, which was fine. And the first thing I did was ask if they knew about my cats. And of course, they didn't. So someone, I don't know who, came along and went up, and they came back and said, "Your cats are dead. We put them on the sofa. You want to go up and get them?" The next thing, after they finished questioning me, was nothing. And I asked, what do I do now? Who do I talk to? Well, the fire marshal's around here somewhere. So I had the fire marshal pointed out to me, and I went up and gave him my card, and I asked him what happened next. And he said to me, "Well, just stay out of our way and let us do our job." At which point I was, I was in no condition to ask a lot of questions, to whatever. I finally, 4 hours later, got the management company guy to let the fire marshal let me go in to see if I could retrieve anything, which I could not, and then the apartment was sealed. My question is, why are people just left hanging like that? I've heard nothing from anyone to this day except the insurance investigator. Would it have been such a big deal to hand me a piece of paper and say, here's what happens now, you do this, and we do this, and it'll be 3 weeks, and here are some phone numbers? The one policeman did give me his card and said, call me if you need anything. I'll answer your questions. And I did, and I left a message, and I've never heard back. I have called the fire marshal's department. Are you aware that you can't speak to anybody there? The notice on the door, that number is a non-existent number. They give you another number to call, which gives you another number to call. I have it all here. Where you get a voicemail, okay, that says, leave a number, we'll call you back. It's basically almost that terse. I have no idea what's going on. This is, to me, unconscionable. I lost my home, I lost my pets, and nobody is telling me anything. I don't understand it. I don't understand. I've lived here since 1968. And I have to say I'm really disappointed in the whole system. I know the town has given this over to the county, but I think you need to look at the county and say, how are you treating people who are in this kind of position? And how is that going to change? That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'm terribly sorry that this is playing out the way it is. If you can give the deputy city manager some information, we will follow up tomorrow. And I just want to check on one thing. It sounded like you were saying that most of the non-responsiveness was from the fire marshal's office, but you did say that you talked to one police officer. Was that a Tacoma Park police officer?
He was from the fire marshal's department.
Okay.
And he said, call me. And so I felt like I had one connection, and he has not called me back. He has not, nothing from anywhere. I might as well be invisible.
So, yeah. I'm sorry to hear about your situation. When you talk to the property manager, have they mentioned anything?
Well, first of all, getting a hold of them was, wasn't easy. They told me today when I finally got a hold of them that I needed to get my stuff out and it was all my responsibility, even though the investigation is apparently not finished. So I'm going in tomorrow to see if I can, with my brother, to see if I can retrieve some things, and I've called ServPro, and they're going to take a look. But I don't know anything.
If I may interject one thing, Mayor, and that is, I'm sure that the fire marshal has been through this dozens of times with situations. There ought to be some protocol, something in writing they can hand to people, say, this is what you do next. She didn't get any of that. And this is not the responsibility of the city to do the fire marshal's job. She's not asking for that. There are 3 city residents who are on the county council that you all could pick up the phone and say, you need to listen to what happened tonight, get the copy of the tape for tonight, so that you know that there's a problem. For people to be spoken to, that way your cats are upstairs on the couch, do you want to go get them?
You're dead cats.
You're dead cats. I mean, just when a person's in a traumatic situation.
That's not how you handle it.
It's not how you handle it. It's like nobody had any emotional intelligence in this situation. And that's something that should be brought to somebody's attention. And she still doesn't know what to do.
I still don't know what to do 6 days later.
And apparently had a call from the insurance investigator today who did not identify himself until she asked, because she assumed it was somebody from the county.
He said, I'm the insurance investigator. At the end, I asked for his information, and he admitted he was from State Farm. No one else has contacted me.
I thought it was customary for the Red Cross to be called in, because a couple of years ago, a neighbor 2 doors had a major fire, and they just barely escaped.
Sorry.
And the Red Cross helped them. And I've understood that the Red Cross is generally part of that process. But in this case, no one even mentioned that.
No one mentioned it. I did not know it. Fortunately, I have 45 years worth of network around here, some very good friends. I was taken in, and when my friends, one of my groups of friends heard that the Red Cross had not contacted me, they contacted the Red Cross. Now remember, this happened sometime Wednesday morning. Friday night at about 8 o'clock, I got a call saying, someone told us you might. And of course, I did. What they have to offer, I didn't need. Not to be snotty or anything. I was in a safe place, and I had shelter and everything. So, but no, the Red Cross, my understanding is they're supposed to respond to all fire.
That was my understanding, too.
No. And no one else in the building. But there were other displaced people in the building. Yeah. No one was contacted, to the best of my knowledge.
Councilmember Sims.
Thank you, Mayor. Since, Mr. Kenner, since we are talking about city residents, and this is certainly a county issue with the county fire department, but we are talking about city residents who might have other needs, and I wonder if we could reach out to those other victims of this fire and let them know what other resources are available in the community to help them through this period. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention, and we will make a number of contacts ASAP. Is there any other public comment? Mr. Lovelace in the back.
Hello, my name's Pat Lovelace, your official peace delegate, 7620 Maple Avenue, Tacoma Park, Maryland. One thing I want to do is tell you people there's a reason I do the voter countdown, because there's only 50 more days left before we vote. I'm trying to keep it on people's mind to register to vote and to get out there and vote, because it means so much to me that a lot of people say, what can they do to help me out? Well, that's one thing they can do. There's 2 things they can do, is register to vote and then get out there and vote. If they want to do a third thing, you get your friends to register to vote and check them out, see if they're doing it. Because that's going to make a big difference on our turnout now that we've got 16 and 17-year-olds allowed to vote, which is something I fought for. And I want to see other people, 16 and 17-year-olds, come down to the polls. And remember, 50 days is not much time at all. Before you know it, the time will go by in a blur. And you just don't want to be sitting there after voting day comes and saying, oh my God, I forgot to vote. You don't want to be one of those. Because I go down there and vote no matter how I'm feeling. I try to get down there and vote at all times. So far, I've done it. Another thing I want people to know is I like to express condolences for the families of the 13 people who were killed today at the Navy Yard down in D.C. by a gunman. He walked in there with an AR-15 rifle and handgun and some other weapons. And he had high-powered magazines, the same damn thing that we're trying to get Congress to put a ban on. This is a serious issue. We've got to get our people to band together and do something about this. Because this is, we are the land of the free, supposedly, and if we speak up, we should have a right to have something done about it. And we should talk to our congressmen and talk to other people's congressmen and let them know that that's human lives on your vote. You've got to get out there and be responsible for your constituents. We've got to do everything we can to get these guns off the street and get these background checks put in place as quickly as possible. Because 13 people just lost their lives today and over a dozen were injured. Some of them are still in surgery as we speak. And I'd like to see things done about that. And I'm glad to see if we can do something about it, because as a peace activist, that's my job. And also, your vote may help that one way or another or hinder it. So please, learn about the people you're voting for and do everything we can to prevent another tragedy like Sandy Hook or the Navy Yard from happening again. We've got to do everything we can, because people are dying out there and it's not necessary, and we can do something about it with our vote. Thank you very much. Now, don't forget to come out and vote. And don't forget to come to the nominating caucus on the 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there other public comment?
From Allegheny Avenue in Pinecrest. And the three of us here are members of the Pinecrest Community Association. We just wanted to give you a quick update on how things are going in our neighborhood and some issues that would be of interest to you, and some of which are of concern to us. First off, we want to invite everybody in the community to come out this Friday evening. Thanks to a generous grant from the Tacoma Foundation, we're going to be showing the second in our multicultural film series. And it's in the VFW backyard, and it's beautiful. There's a great big screen, great sound system, and we're showing a movie called The Perfect Game. And it's about Mexican youth baseball, and it's a great time of year for baseball, September and everything. So we encourage everyone to come on out, and if you as council members could help to spread the word among your constituents, we'd appreciate it. Another issue that's going on in our neighborhood, or not an issue at the present really, but we just want to mention that WSSC has been hard at work moving through the streets in Pinecrest with their water line replacements. There have been some slowdowns, and it really looks like a mess on the streets where the work's going on, but so far it continues to move forward, and we wanted to let you know that we'll be continuing to monitor that, especially the cleanup after they're done. And we certainly hope that some of the street repaving can happen fairly soon after that project's completed. And along similar lines related to the public right-of-way, we are very interested in seeing the neighborhood sidewalk project move forward. There were 6 segments that were voted for by the residents, and we are unclear as to why the funds were not available last year to do the design for those segments. We've been seeing other sidewalk segments go in around town, and we saw in the recent newsletter about a sidewalk going on Erskine, and we wanted to understand why our project seems to have been deferred by a year. We don't really know the answer. We understood it had something to do with speed camera funds being lower than expected, but we would like to reemphasize how important those sidewalks are to us. So I'm going to pass it along to Lachelle Lawson, who has a particular sidewalk segment that's of interest to her family.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening. The portion of sidewalks that I'm most concerned about runs from my street, Sligo Mill, down Orchard Street, Orchard Avenue in particular, down to 4th and Orchard, where all the kids in the neighborhood get the bus. It's very dangerous to walk down the street. Cars come, first of all, if we could get a stop sign camera, I hear that they're out now. It'd be nice at the corner of Sligo and Orchard, but the kids have to walk in the street. The adults as well walk down the street. People come flying around the corner coming from the New Hampshire Avenue, Sheridan Street side of the street. And it's very dangerous. And then with the cars from the commercial buildings parked on either side of the road on Orchard Avenue, it's really hard to walk down the street. So I think it's real important for safety. There are 2 new infants in the neighborhood and 1 on the way in the next week or 2. So the mothers are out with the carriages trying to walk the children, and it's really dangerous. So I just want to stress the importance of getting the sidewalks in as soon as possible. And tot lot, that's another thing that we've been asking for. I guess it was in the master plan before my time in the neighborhood, and like to know what's going on with that. Again, for the same reason, lots of kids, more coming, and it'd be nice for us to have somewhere for all the community to gather, other than the backyard of the VFW on special events. But that's mostly what I have to talk about. I don't know if you want to talk about the code. And yes, code enforcement. We have some issues in the neighborhood with people not keeping up the front of the house, the yards, front and back. I called about a week ago to code enforcement for one of the neighbors on my street that seems to think their backyard is woods. It has gotten really, really high. The grass, they never cut it. You can see it from the street side. They keep mattresses out front of the house on a regular, and nothing's been done about them. I don't know what the laws are, but I'm afraid about vermin and other things growing and then passing along to the rest of us. So it'd be nice if someone could look into it. Is there anything else?
Thank you. We'll have some follow-up after you all have finished. We'll make sure.
I just wanted to speak regarding the code enforcement issue. I think we all personally from the neighborhood have had a personal issue with code enforcement and a story to share. And so one of them being, fortunately, one of the residents from Pinecrest couldn't be here tonight, but for the last year that she lives on Westmoreland Avenue, she's looked out onto a house that's had mattresses in the backyard for a year. And then we actually, as a community, attempted to do a neighborhood cleanup and sent out flyers to engage the community and try to get people involved with keeping up their yards, and also as a committee volunteering to assist people with that process, and also educating people about how to go about getting rid of large items in their yard and so forth. So unfortunately, we didn't see much done through that, and so we just felt like, we've been in touch with code enforcement about the various issues in our neighborhood and specific houses, and unfortunately, I know I can speak on unfortunately, in some situations, some people haven't heard back from code enforcement, and this problem continues on, unfortunately. And it's, for an area where the taxes are fairly high here, and you just want support from a community, and maybe it's a issue of that particular portion of the government doesn't have a lot of funding and needs more staffing. But I know various people in the neighborhood are frustrated about it. And also one family moved out recently as they were just frustrated with the amount of trash in the neighborhood and things. For example, one house had leaves sitting in trash bags for at least 4 weeks in front of their house, and it just sat there, and at least a month or more. And I know another couple that's kind of feeling frustrated about the issues in the neighborhood and are considering moving. And so while we have an influx of people coming in the neighborhood and some changes happening, it's very encouraging. I think at some point people are gonna start getting frustrated and feeling like something needs to be done. So as a community, we've tried to solve some of the issues and talk to people and educate people, but it seems to continue on. And so it would just be great to have more support on that end in our neighborhood. And another issue is that the trades building is an area there's a lack of kind of upkeep there, with trash being left from people that work in the trades building, in the different businesses, and trash. If you go along Orchard near the trades building, you'll notice there's trash around and so forth. So we've tried to engage the businesses there at the trades community and the trades building to work on some of the issues. And so we as a community have brought them up with the building, but haven't seen much of a response, unfortunately. And also, when we were here, I think about a year ago on Ward 3 night, we brought up an issue regarding a house on Allegheny Avenue. It's 6405 Allegheny Avenue, and it's just a foundation at this time, and it's been sitting like that for probably like 8 years. Roger, you've lived in the neighborhood longer than myself, so I think it's been 3. Yeah, I think at least that's it. Okay, so it's just a foundation, and people across the street and around the neighborhood have spoken to the gentleman that actually owns the property to see what's going on and why is it just sitting and not really adding value to the neighborhood. And we keep being told that he's working on permits and so on and so forth. And so it just would be great to see something happen there that would just improve the neighborhood and uplift. If you can imagine living across from a house that's there's just a foundation, and I think now that they've put, for safety measures, they've put orange fencing around the actual foundation there. Yes, and I'd like to pass it on to David Ellis, who's also a member of our community.
Okay, thanks. Did we get your name?
Oh, Janae Wida.
Thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Ellis. I also live in Pinecrest on 5th Avenue. And I frankly don't have too much more to add, but just to reiterate, we have some concerns with the code, so if we can get some help or assistance with that, we'd like that. The sidewalks and the tot lot both are very important to the community. Our understanding is that the money is there, and so anything that we can do to help facilitate the expedition of that would be wonderful. And I will say the community, as you can see, based on our representation and based on the feedback we've gotten from the community, I know our part of Ward 3 is relatively new to the Montgomery County part of Tacoma Park, and it's undergone some changes, many of which are very positive. There's a lot of new construction and renovations that's happening, and so we want to keep that momentum going and keep the people who are moving into the community moving in a very positive way. I myself now have a 2-year-old and an infant, which partly explains why I'm late, and I apologize for that. But there's a lot of young children coming into the neighborhood, so we really appreciate and are grateful for the chief and everything that the community is doing for safety. We see a lot of positive things happening in that direction, and we just want to keep the momentum going. So if you have any suggestions or if there's anything we as a committee can do to help you help us, we're all ears. So we do appreciate what you've done thus far, and if you can help us with the sidewalks and tot lot, the code enforcement, and anything else for that matter, we'd appreciate your assistance. So thank you.
And thanks for reminding us of the various issues. And I will say relatively new to Montgomery County is certainly a relative term, but I think after 16 years, it's not new anymore. Just the thought.
Susan,
Oh, she was here.
Yeah, she was here.
Yeah.
I didn't know if the deputy city manager or the city manager wanted to provide any information on any of the things that were brought up.
She has information.
About the tot lot and that kind of thing.
Yes.
Certainly. It and one other park, Colby Avenue Park, are going together jointly to get design and then hopefully to get built. We have the money in the budget. We have the agreement with the county. We've gone through the program open space steps that we needed to go through. We do need to retain the design consultant who will then start working with you in the community to get the design. There's not something going in front of that, but it has taken a little bit of time to get us to this point. So.
Do you have an estimated timetable on when that might happen? Or?
I think we'll be going out for proposals within about a month, and then it takes another month or so to get them in, and then we'll be able to introduce that person or firm to the community.
And anything on sidewalk?
You know, I don't know the answer on the sidewalk. I certainly have had, it sounds like the council member has information.
You all got this email today from Daryl, right? Correct?
No, I mean, she sent one last week, but I didn't receive one today.
So do you have some information?
I'm sorry, it was September the 12th, which was last Thursday.
Okay, so it sounds like you did get it.
She referred to like the
2014.
Well, yeah, 2014 to
2015.
Yeah, so somewhere in between there.
But she also refers to survey and design will get underway in October and November, which is nowish. Yeah. And for this, I'm going to assume some kind of accountability. I did not hold her feet to the fire for these last few months. I thought, all systems were go. So now that I know that all systems aren't go, the government moves much more slowly than I had ever anticipated. I'll hold her feet to the fire on this one. The Allegheny Avenue, I've been working for 2 years trying to get, I would like to flatten it. That's what I sent you all last week. The email I sent you last Wednesday was flatten it and, cover it over and turn it into a tot lot, because it's dangerous and it's ugly. And I don't know who owns the property. I think Daryl knows who owns the property, but he has continued, or she has continued, to not do anything about it for 2 years. I know it's 2 years because when I got elected, I said I'd do something about it, and it still sits. So it doesn't certainly enhance the community. The code enforcement, we're starting, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, a trash anti-litter campaign. And I did not get a response from Daryl before the meeting tonight. So I will see what she has to say. I didn't send my email to code enforcement. I sent it to Daryl. I'm sorry, Sarah. I sent it to Sarah. So, and I didn't get a response. I should have sent it to Marjorie. She's the code enforcement guru. So I will see what, I'll push on that one too. You guys are my priority, although it doesn't maybe feel like it in this moment.
Yeah, I apologize. I think I can be helpful in terms of talking to, I know Sarah Daines in our office has been one of the people who's been working on the anti-littering campaign information. I know that also our Public Works Director, sort of a first step in the anti-littering campaign, has tried to target some hotspot areas in the city that have had some challenges with trash pickup, and it's not because the city's not picking up the trash. It's because there's some large items and hazardous materials and some other things that just have been difficult. But I know they're starting to target those areas to see if they can be more effective about that. We can also find out a little bit more information about the sidewalk process. If Daryl's email was not clear, I can be helpful in terms of trying to be clear about that.
I don't understand the bags of leaves in front of the house for a month. I mean,
it was at least a month, I would say.
But don't you all get a leafy pickup once a week?
Well, they were plastic bags, so.
Aha!
That was, yeah. But I think, going back to the sidewalk issue, I think we understand I think Daryl kind of laid it out in the email what the process is, but I think we just would like to see it happen. I think our thing is to happen sooner than later, because she gave us a time period of between June 2014 to, 2015.
Our question was that I just wanted to follow up and ask, I don't want to take any more time, but is there a definite queue for these sidewalk
Yes.
projects based on the speed camera fund availability? And then have projects been able to jump the queue because are there protocols by which projects jump that queue because maybe they're in a commercial area or something? We're trying to understand how things get set back and moved back.
I've been told by powers that be that no one has jumped a queue. Now, no one has.
That is also what I understand, and so there is a definite queue, and obviously, I think for many of these projects, there are residents that are as concerned as you all are about when the projects are actually going to happen. Some of it depends on funding availability, but no, there is no other project that would jump ahead of your sidewalk project.
I know you may think that Erskine Street jumped, but I think it was always in that
It was always in
order.
the queue.
In the order it was supposed to be. And I thought I sent an email out when you all thought it had jumped a queue when you came last week, and I was assured that no one had jumped a queue, gotten in front of you guys. I would beat them up.
Okay.
All right.
Sure. Yeah, and just in closing, we're having a barbecue soon, and we'll send out an invite about that. So thank you for your work and for taking the time to listen to us this evening. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll move to council comments. Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. I get to go first. First, two compliments to city staff. I want to thank city staff who got involved in resolving an issue that was between tenants at Victory Tower in my ward and the management of the building. The staff involvement was very helpful in getting the, let's call it a misunderstanding, resolved. I know in attending the Victory Tower Senior Association meeting this last week that the city staff help was very much appreciated. Secondly, I had a couple of compliments from constituents that I want to pass on to the city staff. Once again, to City TV and to City Planner Erkin Osberg for a newly out video explaining bike share, which is coming to Tacoma Park very soon, as well as to other parts of Montgomery County. And then number three, I think this is the third week where I will remind people of the upcoming Tacoma Foundation Beer Fest, which is always a great party. It's expected to be bigger than ever this year. That's on Saturday, September 21st from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Katie Lee House on Eastern Avenue Northwest near Piney Branch Road. Tickets are available at a number of stores and also online at the Tacoma Foundation website. That is tacomafoundation.org, tacomafoundation.org. My understanding is that they're now up to 17 participating breweries and lots of good food from various local restaurants. So it's a great event. It's a lot of fun. Thank you.
And various almost local restaurants which haven't opened yet.
Yes, that includes Black's Republic, or is it called Tacoma Republic, for instance?
It's called Republic.
Just
called
Republic.
Republic.
Okay.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank Howard and Diana Cohn, Historic Tacoma, and the Recreation Department for a great event yesterday at the rededication of Lee Jordan Field and the Tacoma Park Middle School. And also wanted to compliment Sarah and Tababu Sefa, who are Tacoma Park residents that organized the Ethiopian Festival up in Silver Spring with over 10,000 people again this year. It's a fantastic event. And that's all. Thank you.
Councilmember Mayo.
Thank you. We just heard about sidewalks a bit from one of the neighborhoods, and I wanted to bring up the general issue of funding for new sidewalks versus ADA retrofit work. And I just share the general impression I get from constituents in Ward 2 is that the ADA work often seems like it's going too far, that people are pretty satisfied with their sidewalks. And I just wonder, I personally did not maybe spend enough time thinking about, I think it's a $600,000 for one, $400,000 for another allocation in the budget. But we've certainly made great strides in terms of the ADA work we've already completed. And I just wonder if it sounds like others of my colleagues are experiencing new sidewalks that people would very much like that are potentially not going to get built this year because we don't have enough funding in the budget, whether we would want to consider a budget amendment, if that was feasible, to move any of these projects forward. My understanding is that the design work for sidewalks is handled, whether they're new sidewalks or rebuilding old sidewalks, is not dissimilar. So there's a contract for the planning, essentially, for the sidewalk, whether there's any value in thinking about that allocation. And so I just put that question out there to my colleagues, but as well to the city manager, who might be able to evaluate whether we could make any sort of adjustment and whether that would actually let us move project queues faster. Thank you.
Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of attending the Ethiopian Festival yesterday. It was a wonderful event, and I would like to thank Tababu, Sarah, Asefa, and Yonatan, who are all Ward 5 residents, for putting on an extraordinary event for the community. That was the most people I've ever seen on Veterans Plaza.
You're kidding.
Yeah. At a point, it got claustrophobic. But it was fantastic. A lot of great music. Fashion show was wonderful. But I would like to say thank you for them again for being a great part of our community. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
I think it would be remiss if we don't acknowledge the tragedy that occurred at the Navy Yard today, where 13 people so far have been counted dead from this shooter. I raise it not just for the sake of showing respect for the people who've lost their lives, but for other reasons as well. We don't know who the deceased are, and for all we know, one or more of those people could be from Tacoma Park, which could bring it home a little closer than it already is, for Pete's sakes. And I guess in listening to all the conversation on all the channels, national channels and local news, it's very interesting that there's this incredible preoccupation, which I don't really understand, of why the shooter did what he did. And I can understand why it's important for the FBI to determine whether this is a terrorist-related or not. But beyond that, spending time newscasters wringing their hands over the why is pretty much, to my mind, a waste of time. Because the other thing I didn't hear was any discussion, unlike the Newtown massacre, of assault weapons. Any expression of concern about, well, this is another example of what happens when people can accumulate all the assault weapons and ammunition they want. And then I realized that, if the massacre of the children in Newtown was not enough to sway enough people's thinking to cause us to come around to thinking about passing legislation to limit assault weapons, then what's the murder of 13 members of our armed services and government mean? That's sort of like, oh well, just another massacre no big deal, life goes on as soon as we can get the traffic. I'm being a little sarcastic and overstating things to make a point. But I also think, that it would, don't think that it hasn't crossed my mind as a public servant sitting up here at this dais that any time somebody could walk in and do the same thing in this room, and it would all just be over in a matter of minutes. So it's sobering, too sobering, and I do think we need to continue to address this issue about assault weapons in our country. That's all I want to say on the subject. I did attend the Lee Jordan rededication, and it was very impressive, and I was thrilled to be there and to learn so much about Mr. Lee, as he was called. He was certainly before my time in Tacoma Park. But I just wanted to say that I think a shout-out needs to go to our deputy city manager, Susie Ludlow, because she was the one I come to find out who actually came up with the plans, the design for what it was supposed to be, and others in the crowd acknowledged that that was indeed the case, that it, as beautiful as that sign is and all the explanatory information on the side of that building, a lot of people deserve credit, but certainly not the least Ms. Ludlow. And I was unable to get to the Ethiopian Festival, and I was unable to get to the Hispanic Festival down in Manor Lane Park on University Boulevard because partly my day was occupied with tasting apple pies, which to me was far more important than anything else that occurred because I'm an apple pie freak, and that was more fun. And you can I don't know. You can imagine it was a lot of fun, and it was very well done. And compliments go to Laura Barkley and the group of volunteers who did a very nice job of making that thing happen smoothly and with a perception of professionalism. And it was just a lot of fun for all of us who participated as judges, and I'm sure the people that baked the pies and the ones who got to eat it all at the end. Thank you.
Councilmember Daniels Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I got to be faster on the punch the button because you guys all up to me here. First, my condolences, and I'll never say this as elegantly as Councilmember Schultz did. My condolences go to all the people who were touched by the shooting down at the Navy Yard. It came as a shock to me this morning that such a thing could happen. It's always a shock when someone takes up an assault rifle and kills people with it. So my deepest condolences to all the victims and their families. And I'm going to also underline, this is my serious part, doesn't happen often, underline the budget proposal to move, if we can do that, I don't know that it's possible, but to move these projects up a little faster. For example, the tot lot, Ms. Ludlow knows we started that more than a year ago, working on it, and I know it's open space funds, and we started on the sidewalks in Pinecrest more than a year ago. And I think they're a little frustrated because they thought they'd be having the sidewalks at least by now. So I'm going to underline what Councilmember Mayle said because I thought the government moved slowly. I had no idea how slowly it can work. So now onto some more serious stuff. Gold stars are going to be first because I just can't wait. Gold stars to Laura Barclay of OTPA and our core of very short but effective volunteers. That includes Marin Barkley, Kate Barkley, a little person named Eloise, plus a whole bunch of other little people who handled all the dirty forks with excellent and tender taste. They didn't use them to retaste, but they just were always there to take our dirty old forks away. They were quite elegant. There were I know there were more. There was a lovely little young man, cute as a button, and another young woman. Laura always has that core helping her out. I think it's just fabulous. This was the second annual apple pie judging contest. It was well organized again, great fun, 22 pies, awesome. I'm still pied up. Great judges. Carrie, last year's grand winner, council members Schultz and Daniels Cohen, Mayor Williams, the lovely owner of City on 4th, the tea place on 4th and Butternut, basically. Her really well-organized daughter. I don't know if I could have gotten through it without her daughter. She was pretty cool. Brian Kinner and his lovely gourmet cook wife, Sylvie. Really excellent experience and great jobs by all. I can't wait to do it again next year. Huger gold stars to Tacoma Park Recreation Department, City of Tacoma Park, and until this very moment, I didn't realize that Suzanne Ludlow was an integral part of this project. Historic Tacoma, Howard and Diane Cohn, and the Lee Jordan family and friends for all their hard work in putting together an elegant rededication of the Lee Jordan Field. I never got to play on any of his teams because back in '57, if you were a girl, it wasn't co-ed. That didn't happen until Title IX, I think '73. He was the spirit and embodiment of all things that are good in people. He set a context for Tacoma Park. Check out the words of his life. The sign makes a huge statement. You will see what I mean when you check it out. You all really should whip down to that field and take a look at what it says. It is beautiful. Save the dates. Tacoma Foundation, the Beer Fest, the 21st. That's next Saturday. Right now, Azalea City Artist, the artwork that's in the building right now through the 22nd of November are all Azalea City artists. There are 4 artists showing, and you should come in and take a look. Some really interesting work. 9/27, I think that's, it's next week. Bike share. The Recreation Committee started wanting bike share about 4 or 5 years ago, and it's going to happen in Montgomery County, 10:30 on the 27th at the corner of Montgomery and Maryland Avenues in Rockville, and it's, I think, well worth going and giving it a big cheer. 9/28, 5th annual play day at Tacoma Park Middle School. 10/1, as Pat always says, nominating caucus. 7:30 to finish. Great educational experience for you and your kids for grassroots government. 10/2, almost as important, 6 to 7:30, Tacoma Park Middle School cafeteria, SHA, informal presentation about rebuilding the Carroll Avenue Bridge. I think everybody in Ward 3 should go to that. I think everybody in the city should try to get to it because it's going to make a huge difference in your lives. I know 2015 says we think it's a long way off. It isn't. And a shout out to Ward 3 resident and former Ward 3 council member Dan Robinson for placing his name in the District 20 delegate primary. Congratulations to him. That's pretty exciting.
Except he's not in the primary, he's in the general.
And he didn't go to the primary?
There is no primary for the Green Party.
Never mind! Oh, I didn't know. He didn't say Green Party on the email, or I just overlooked it. Okay. Well, still a shout out and still congratulations.
And I'll just add a few quick comments. First, I want to say something additional about the Lee Jordan rededication. I'm glad that Councilmember Schultz pointed out the contribution that the deputy city manager made. I knew that involved moving the placement of where the whole thing would take place, and I think that was a brilliant stroke. And congratulations on your work in that. In my remarks yesterday, I pointed out to folks that it was important to recognize people who have gone before us, who have made contributions to this community, who have improved all of our lives. And my personal feeling is that we in Tacoma Park haven't done a very good job of that. We know a few people. There are a few people who are always put forward as somebody who made a difference in Tacoma Park, but there are a whole lot of people who have made big differences in all of our lives, and we need to recognize that history. And so this was the first in a number of instances where I think we need to go back and make sure that we recognize these folks and make sure that people going forward know that history and know the contributions that people have made. It'll improve us and make us a much stronger community. A reminder to my colleagues that the Maryland Municipal League Montgomery chapter is having our regular meeting this Thursday evening in Poolsville at 6:45, starting with dinner. And also a reminder to the community and to my colleagues that a number of us on the council are going to be going to the Washington Adventist University First Anniversary Gala on September 22nd. And the Washington Adventist University is trying to kind of up their game, do more in the community, have better ties with the community, and I look forward to their improved efforts in that area. Councilmember Schultz, you had something else that you came up with?
Yeah, I'm really glad you mentioned this concern about remembering, giving proper remembrance to those who've changed and influenced all our lives in Tacoma Park. And I want to use that as to remind people that I think it was a year ago or perhaps longer that we, City Council, approved a motion to try to create a committee to a citizens committee to come up with some plans on how we can best do a remembering of civic leaders, whether they're officials or just residents or people who have had a significant bearing, and do that in an orderly sort of way, so that we aren't reinventing the wheel every time somebody comes up with the name of somebody that they think deserves to be honored. There's lots and lots of people that, certainly few that reach the level of significance of Lee Jordan, but nevertheless, lots of people who have put in time. And the call still stands, and other than myself and Howard Cohn, I haven't heard about anybody who has expressed any interest in doing that. I would welcome it.
And so I think maybe we can take this opportunity to re-advertise that opportunity.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Does the city manager have any comments?
Yeah, thank you. I will beat the dead horse by saying again, the Lee Jordan celebration yesterday was absolutely wonderful. I thought it was actually moving to hear the family and other folks talk about the significant accomplishments that Mr. Jordan made. I also want to give additional thanks to our deputy city manager for putting on and helping to create that opportunity. Also to our rec director, Greg Clark, for emceeing it yesterday and just making sure that everything went very smoothly. Building off of a comment that the mayor made last week, myself, our deputy city manager, our HCD director, our public works director, and one of our lead planners went to Washington Adventist University. We were invited by Dr. Spence, and I wanted to publicly thank him for inviting us. We toured their new music facility. We toured some of their other auditorium and other spaces that are fairly new on the campus. We talked at length about traffic issues, about economic development opportunities. other sort of collaborative things that we think we may be able to pursue with them. One of them maybe even around the upcoming election that's coming up in Tacoma Park, and there's already been some progress made on that. And so I just wanted to publicly thank Dr. Spence for the invitation for the lunch. We hopefully will be returning that favor soon, and just the collaboration. I also just wanted to briefly maybe just give the chief an opportunity to chat just a little bit about some trends and other things that he is seeing. So I will cede a few minutes to him.
Welcome, Chief.
Good evening. There's some concern about the breaking and enterings that have been occurring in the Sycamore, Elm, Poplar, and Woodland Road area, Woodland Avenue. And I don't want to get into too many specifics about our tactics because they watch TV too. But we've arrested about 5 people now in the last 2 months for burglary. We just haven't arrested the persons that are doing those burglaries. So we are actively working on it. I want to assure the citizens that we have some plans in place, and actually I'll be meeting with some of the people that live over off in that area later this week and talking about some of the things they could do to help prevent it. Many of these are unlocked windows, unlocked doors, mostly targeting laptops and things like that. I would really encourage people to write down serial numbers and make and model name of the computers they buy. Very few of the people, or probably half of them, I would say, don't even have that information. So, in order to track that down, it'll when it gets pawned or sold or recovered in another search warrant or another case, it's very hard to track it down to our burglary. So, and I would really encourage them to be more cognizant of their surroundings and to keep calling us, because some of the calls are what get us to get some of these arrests made. So that being said, we have a plan in place, but I'm not going to get into too many specifics right now.
Chief, just to follow up, are some of the residents on Woodland the people you were going to meet with coming weeks?
Yeah, actually, I have to, well, it's actually hopefully later this week or early next week, but yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Councilmember Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I've mentioned this before, Chief, but I'd like to mention it again. My thanks and our neighborhood's thanks to you and the department for the excellent work you did in catching the burglar on Ritchie Avenue and I guess surrounding streets. But reason I mention it again, aside from just the appreciation of the good police work, is the role that the neighbors played in identifying the suspicious activity and causing your people to be there to investigate and actually observe the criminal in the act.
Yep. Our special assignment team was in the area because somebody saw somebody that was acting suspicious, and that's what caused them to be in that area, because it really was sort of outside of our target area for right now. And it was very fortunate they were able to set up and watch him commit the crime.
And I think the key thing of that was that someone saw something that just looked suspicious, but a lot of people might have looked at it and said, yeah, but I don't need to call anybody. But they did make the call, and it did result in an arrest. So,
Councilmember Schultz.
I continue to badger my residents about the need to report everything, explaining to them that every report, no matter how lame it might feel at the time, creates a data point for your analyst to be able to look at patterns, and then I've explained to them that a lot of policing now, because of the ability to do data analysis, can be anticipatory, like this example that Councilmember Siemens and you were just talking about. The question I have with regard to identifying like computers and stuff like that, do we use like an etching pen to put in etch something on the back of a computer, or do you just want us to keep an internal record in our home of the serial number or some identifying number on the back of a computer?
Both. Serial numbers obviously can be obliterated. There's always internal numbers, but we're not going to have access to that. There's a couple things you can do. There's software that you can buy that will help track it if it's stolen. That being said, somebody just pops a hard drive out, pops a new hard drive in, and it's gone. Where these computers are going, a lot of them are not showing up on pawn lists and things. They're probably being sold on Craigslist, or they're being fenced through, a small group of individuals, and they're getting shipped elsewhere. But etching is really good, using an identifying number, not your social security number. As
like a driver's license
license number, or a unique number that you would have. You could make your own number up if it's, your kids' names and dates of births or something like that. You could use that, and then you just keep a record. Those unique identifiers can be entered into the NCIC network when they're stolen, and can be tracked.
Cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Daniels Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I have forwarded to the chief two kudos. I don't know. I hope you've seen them from two of my constituents, neither of whom give kudos to the police ever. So it's both of them said they saw the great police work that your folks, your force was able to handle. Now, I know the people on Sycamore are going to want a meeting also. I just saw the email tonight, and I'll get back to them.
Well, that's who's arranging it. I believe it's obviously their neighbors right behind them are the other ones that are concerned. Woodland. Yeah. So, I mean, it will be one meeting and encompass whoever would like to come from that neighborhood. I don't have a date yet, though.
Okay, you don't have a date. Okay. Yeah, because I can make whatever date you have work, maybe, sort of. All right.
Councilor Romeo.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, two comments, and I apologize for keeping you up here for a bunch longer. The first, and it's actually more generally to my colleagues as well, I mean, I think about if you had a son or daughter and you told them 10 or 11 times a week about the bad things that they did, and you never gave them any positive praise, they would probably leave with an impression that they were doing bad things, that things were going wrong. And I think in our city, we forget that we send out crime alerts when they happen, and that those crime alerts echo around and around the community. So people hear of bike theft today, break-in, depending on how many listservs you're in, how many times you hear it. That's what people get, but they don't get the positive news. They don't get the 5 arrests this month. They don't get what are long-term crime trends doing. And everybody else has heard me harp on this before, but it's new to the city manager, so I'm repeating it once more. But the crime data that we have showing that how crime trends have changed over the city is really, really important. So if you just think about the balance of those things, every day a new crime happening, and you hear that over and over and over again, I get from people a real sense of fear, that they feel like they live in a place that is less safe than it has ever been in their lives in 10 or 20 or 30 years in the city. And that's in contrast to the data, the cumulative data you have that suggests something very different. And so I just think we need to think about that issue, and I encourage the city manager to think about that issue, because by presenting a real asymmetry of information, we're probably doing something to make people alert, which is really good. But there's a corrosive effect of it too, so we need to find a way to balance the good and the bad.
Well, and I don't like to say that our burglaries are lower than they were at our 5-year high, and they're not anywhere near as high as they were, because it really diminishes how the people that were victimized feel, and I think that's why we probably don't stress the 5-year trend or 10-year trends, because they're actually lower than they've been. But it doesn't make people feel better when somebody violates their house. And as far as data points, I mean, the good news is, to get a really good predictive policing algorithm, you need a lot of data points. We really don't have a lot of data points. That's a good thing. That means there's not a lot of crime in the city for the population and the density of the population, considering the surrounding neighborhood. So, we are actually in pretty good shape, but I don't want to minimize the impact it has on the victim.
Yep, that's right. I understand that every crime is leaves people feeling victimized and fearful. The other issue I wanted to bring up was Sly Rookie Parkway. I know we had an arrest there by the park police and maybe 2 incidents. I don't know if the assaults that had been going on last year, or maybe 18 months ago, mostly in PG County, had been resolved or not. But the issue of Sligo Creek, the trail in Sligo Creek, is another source of fear in the community. And I guess I'd just like to put in the back of your mind whether there's anything we can do to, for example, get the park police to do a dawn bike patrol, or just something that creates a little bit more presence in that area, or if there's anything your force can do.
Yeah, well, we do, and it's not always on bike. Sometimes we'll walk. It depends on the time of the day. But again, it's an urban area, and it's unlike the crime trends we've seen on the PG side, or even the Capitol Crescent Trail on the Bethesda side, where they've had some very serious assaults over the last year. Ours is fairly safe. The one assault, there was an arrest made, and unfortunately that was one where we didn't even get notified because the complainant lived on the county side, called from the county side. The county police and park police responded and handled it, and they did apprehend the suspect. We didn't know it happened until after. In fact, I was with the chief of park police and he's the one who said, "Hey, did you hear about this?" And no, I didn't. So we are working with park police. I actually talked to Tony about setting up some joint patrols and increasing their coverage down here as well. And we're going to look at some other ways of patrolling the park. Obviously, if the weather starts to turn bad, we're not going to be out on bikes as much, and we're not going to be out on foot as much, but then the parks aren't used as much either. So,
Right.
But we will continue to monitor the park. We do patrol it quite often. There are some very remote areas of it that are covered by brush from the parkway, so you have to actually get out and get down the trails.
Well, if there's anything that you all do to increase presence, and you can relay that to the community through one of Kathy Plevy's helpful updates, that would really help people, I think.
And I want people to understand the second assault was not really, it was more of a second degree assault, and that was probably related to the one we had maybe a couple months earlier up on the county side. But the more serious of the two was the apprehension. But I don't think it was related to the PG County side assaults at this point. Okay. It could develop into that, but at this point it's not.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it for the city manager's report. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next item is adoption of minutes. We have one set of minutes from July 22nd. Would somebody like to move adoption?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Siemens, seconded by Councilmember Grimes. All those in favor of adoption, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Minutes are adopted unanimously. We will now move to our special session item, which is a first reading ordinance authorizing a budget amendment number 2.
Good evening. Please use the salmon sheet since I misunderstood something from staff, and so I needed to make some corrections. We have got a number of items for Budget Amendment 2. Most of them are good things. We have, I'll just go through the various items. There's a transfer within the Housing and Community Development Department's line items to make sure that we can allocate some staff and have staff money for our anti-littering campaign. So although we don't have the full program figured out yet, we do know that we are going to want to use some of the part-time staff for that, and we wanted to get it on the books so we don't slow something down because of the delay to getting to the next budget amendment.
Do you expect it to be rolled out this year, or parts of it to be
Oh,
rolled?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. It's in the budget for this year. We're doing it.
Right.
The next item is last fiscal year, the police department received a $500 donation from a family. They'd like to add it to their police uniforms line, and so that item is included. The largest item is the replacement of the Public Works fuel tank. This was something that was proposed and is in the budget for next fiscal year. Unfortunately, through an inspection, it was determined that it needed to be replaced this fiscal year, and so we would be using equipment replacement reserve money to replace that, the fuel tank. The cost of the replacement is $275,000. We've got two grants that have come in. One is a $6,000 Maryland Bikeways grant that allows us to paint striping and sharrows and put up signs for bikeways through the city. And we also received $168,700 grant for our Safe Routes to School program. The various accounts need to be adjusted to accommodate these grants or for the payments. Daryl Braithwaite's here if you've got a question about the fuel tank replacement, but it's a pretty straightforward big project, and happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Any comments by the council members? Any Councilmember Grimes?
Thank you. This all seems fine to me. Not on this item, though. I would ask the city manager to consider, noting that the public works director is in the room, allocating funding through a future budget amendment for maintenance of gardening along Carroll Avenue in Old Tacoma. This is a function that was formerly carried out by a volunteer under the auspices of the Old Tacoma Business Association. That volunteer is no longer able to provide that support, and my understanding is that the city is not covering those gardening functions because of staffing and finance. So I would hope that my colleagues would support allocating additional money if staff has capacity to take on the maintenance of the gardening along Carroll Avenue, or add additional part-time staff or whatever you need to do that. I note in particular that we have the Old Tacoma Street Festival coming up. Should have announced that on October 6th in the very area that could use some maintenance. So regardless of the funding, I would hope that there be some cleanup done of the gardening before then.
Councilmember, no. Anybody else? Is there any public comment on this ordinance?
How do we change the dollars so that we can support the streetscape?
If there were a change like that, we could do it at second reading, or we could do it in a different way.
Because I support that.
I don't know that it needs to be done right this moment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
Do we have to do
It
an
can't
amendment?
be that big of a deal, but I would assume you need to come back up with a capacity and a figure.
Yeah, the city is going to move forward with, I think, doing some cleanup before the upcoming street festival. I think we probably need to do a little bit more of I want to make sure we strategically look at ways that we can sort of do those kinds of things, because we do have other commercial areas as well that may need some sprucing up. New Hampshire Avenue is one thing that comes to my mind
Of course,
immediately.
it hasn't rained in eons, so that whatever's in the little pots is going,
True.
May I add, I'll recognize that a resident, Mr. Jeffrey Trunzo, also had the suggestion that the city place a special gardening emphasis on the gateway areas into Tacoma Park, not just Old Tacoma, of course, but all of the gateway areas. And he especially called out Carroll Avenue as you get into Ward 6. So that one side of the street there for a quite long stretch is Montgomery County, and the other side is Tacoma Park. But there could be some joint effort done there. But that's, I guess, up to you to figure out.
Councilmember Mayo.
Yeah, just since we're talking about budget amendments, I just wanted to repeat again my query earlier about the balance between the ADA and the new sidewalk work. Thank you.
Okay. Any additional comments? Councilmember Grimes.
Yeah, I want to respond to Councilmember Mail that an alternative to transferring money from the ADA sidewalk repairs and putting it into the new sidewalk installations would be to accelerate new sidewalk installations using, let's call it borrowing money from next year that could be replenished next year if the financial picture is good, or it could not be. But if the capacity is there to take on the additional new sidewalk installations on an accelerated basis, I would favor moving the expense forward into this current and the work into this current fiscal year from the next one.
I think staff has heard some interest in understanding scheduling sidewalk work and the balance, and I think they can come back with some information.
Sidewalk.
Any additional comments on this budget amendment? I'll double check again for any public comment. Seeing none, it's a first reading ordinance, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes unanimously.
I didn't catch the motion maker.
It was Siemens and Grimes.
Thank you.
We now move to work session, and we have a discussion with the city's legislative advocate, who's joining us at the dais. Welcome, Ms. Douglas.
Good evening. For the record, Michelle Douglas of Public Policy Partners. Good to see everyone. We wanted to do a little bit of a quick recap of the last legislative session and then talk about a little bit about what we expect for the upcoming session and then get into the discussion of the city's priorities and establishing those for the upcoming session. So that's what I'm thinking, and I'd encourage you to jump in and ask me questions at any point or add to the agenda. So this past session ended in April, as you know, and we had a lot of legislation passed. We typically have about 2,500 bills introduced every session and about 700 to 800 pass every year. We had a few that were of national significance, ironically including gun control measures, repealing the death penalty, expansion of wind energy, and implementation of healthcare reform here in Maryland. And those are all moving along. Many of them become effective October 1st, just coming up next week. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. We also had some legislation that passed that is of particular interest to the city of Tacoma Park, including, most importantly, the transportation restructuring that occurred. And because of that, we will be moving forward with the Purple Line here in Maryland, and that's really terrific given all of the efforts that have been undertaken by the city over the past many years around development and planning for the business and the commercial side and the neighborhoods centered on having a stop here in the city of Tacoma Park. So now that can go forward. We expect, I think it's about $118 billion new dollars in transportation funds. I'm sorry, million this year. Yes, billion would have been lovely. Yes, no, that's not happening. 118 million, which is still quite a good number. So that passed this year with a lot of effort expended by both the city council, the staff, and us on behalf of the city. As you know, we've been working on this over the interim, working with the governor's office, with legislative leaders, and with other legislators around the state to try to really press the need for ensuring that this transportation restructuring occurred so that the funding became available. Just to reiterate what the concern was that other states are now in the pipeline for their federal transportation dollars for projects. And with Maryland not having additional funding available until this bill passed, it was looking as though the federal government might move ahead some of the other states' projects ahead of Maryland, and that would have obviously created some significant difficulties for the city. So we have worked for quite a while on making sure that this happened, and very pleased that it worked out. And I want to thank everyone, Mayor Williams, Susie Ludlow, and everyone here who worked so hard to make sure that we got our points across and that the bill passed. The second piece that happened on transportation that was also good news this year was the $16.7 million put into the budget for highway user revenues, specifically for municipalities. Over the last 4 years, we have seen the Transportation Trust Fund, from where those funds come, used to putting those funds into the operating budget to offset some of the state's budget deficits that were occurring during the real difficult economic times. And thankfully, the state's position, economic position, is much better than it was over the last 4 years. We are not seeing aggressive cost cutting in our state government anymore, which is quite nice for all the programs that have been trimmed so heavily. But one of those that was trimmed was the highway user revenue. And as you all know, and for the public good, we've been working hard for many years trying to help legislative and administrative officials understand that we're not simply talking about repairing potholes, and that by taking the funds for 4 years in a row, we have created significant infrastructure issues that need to be addressed, and that the municipalities are in a different position than local county governments when it comes to highway user revenue, and that there is a distinction between municipalities and the local governments in state aid. And I'm really pleased to report that for the first time this year, we actually engaged in that discussion where it became clear to the budget leaders in Maryland that, in fact, municipalities face a different situation than local counties when it comes to highway user revenues, and, in fact, that this problem needs to be solved. The $16.7 million that was put in the budget and preserved throughout the budget process this session is a one-time fix. It's for this year. So we will need to continue that work to make sure that there is a full-time fix, a permanent fix, to restore highway user revenue. But it is really enlightening to have the legislature now acknowledging that there is the need to create a permanent fix. So I think, the city was one entity that has been carrying this message forward for the past few years, rather stridently and emphatically, and I congratulate everyone for sticking with it because it resonated, and I think we're going to work towards a fix, and that's quite heartening. So those were two of the, yes.
Did the Transportation Task Force just start meeting, I believe?
Just starting, yes.
So that's an effort to have municipal leaders in the room to
Yes.
come up with the
Fix.
the permanent fix.
Yes, and that will be very important because whatever comes out of this is likely to be the fix for a little while. So it's really important that the municipal leaders are in the room, are making the case, and helping to make sure that across the administration and legislatively that this fix occurs and that it's upheld in the upcoming session. It's going to be really important. And that the budgeting occurs over this interim for those funds to come in through the operating budget.
And my sense is that the most important figure to make that happen is the governor, and that he, more than some other ones, gets the importance of the fix for municipalities.
I would agree. And I think that the city positioned itself well with its advocacy on the transportation issues this year. And I think that those things will help in what we are pursuing. And I do think, yes, the governor is key because the governor is the only person who could put money into the budget. And that's the one thing that Maryland has that's unique from other states and when it comes to budgeting. So if it doesn't come in the original budget, it's very difficult to get something added. So obviously, having gotten that point across loud and resoundingly has really helped with moving this forward.
And as you've ably pointed out, the only other avenue to get things into the budget is through the BRFA, and that's very difficult.
It is.
Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act.
That's correct. Very good. It's an interesting bill every year. So those were two of the top priorities for the city this year, and really happy that those occurred and that we were able to be such a good voice in making sure that those activities happened. There were a number of bills on speed cameras this year. And the reason this is important for the city is because there are a number of policy issues that were raised through the various bills. Some of the bills were looking to ban speed cameras. Some were looking to restructure the way that speed camera programs work. There were any number of policy issues that arose through the course of this session related to speed cameras. bills did not pass because of a mini filibuster leading up to literally the last minute of session. So expect these issues to come back this year. This is one of the series of issues that is going to continue to be hotly contested throughout this session in 2014, and something that we're going to need to be able to be nimble about, to be prepared to evaluate each bill, to monitor bills that look like they have no effect, because then amendments pop up, and it can have an effect on the existing program that the city has that may be negative. So we need to pay strict attention to all of the bills and amendments that come through related to speed cameras because of the effect it may have on the city.
And can I point out that I think that we have some of the best evidence that speed cameras are having their intended effect, and there may be some opportunities that we can be proactive about how we share that information, given the police department's report about the huge decrease in the number of accidents on New Hampshire Avenue.
Right. We have really good statistics that correlate the putting in the speed cameras with a reduction in collisions.
Right.
I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was looking at the period 2 years before installation and 2 years after installation for the entire length of New Hampshire Avenue in the city, which is 2 miles, and there was one camera each way, and the number of accidents decreased over the 2-year periods from like 420 to 10.
That's terrific data to have and to use. So I look forward to getting that, and I think that's something that we will want to make sure that we're using in our discussions.
Because it runs counter to the arguments from most of the opponents.
Right. And actually, interestingly, when you look at the Department of Legislative Services report, they do what's called a 90-day report. So they take a look at some of the larger issues that occur during the legislative session, and they do a small topical write-up on some of the more major issues, and speed cameras is one of them. And in their report, under the few paragraphs that were dedicated to the speed camera issue, they actually mentioned the National Highway. There's a recent survey showing where speed camera use has significantly improved safety in those areas where speed cameras are used. So I think being able to point to data that's particular to the city to ensure that the integrity of the city's program remains in effect is very helpful to tie in with the data that they're talking about from the federal side. Another issue that I think we can expect to occur again, come up again in the next session, has to do with stormwater. As most of you know, there wasn't much discussion through most of the session on stormwater that was of concern to the city, and it was literally in the last week where the issue popped up. And this goes back to what I think you hear me say over and over, which is there are a lot of bills introduced, a lot of amendments come forward on bills that look like they're not going to affect anyone, and we need to monitor such a wider universe of legislation that's pending just because any amendment at any point could change the effect on the city. And that's what occurred with the stormwater bill in the last week of session, where there was an amendment coming up that was being heavily considered and had to be struck down on the last day of session that would have altered what has been going on in the stormwater plan for the last few years. So that goes back to what I talk about a lot, which is we need to look at many things and keep our eyes on many things beyond those which look like they have a direct impact on the city.
If I can, this is another case where the city's stormwater fee process has been going on for a long time. It works well for us, but it is not liked in a number of places around the state. And the idea that they would have to start doing that in some of the other areas has caused this kind of backlash. And one of the things that we want to ensure is that we don't lose our stormwater program as others object to things that are for their for their region. So I think just as with the speed cameras, where we've got really good evidence and we show that it's working and people support it, we need to show the same kind of information for the stormwater authority.
And I think administration leaders certainly recognize the importance of our program. Environment Secretary Summers pointed out to me when I talked to him a couple of weeks ago, wasn't yours the first one in the state? Yes, it was. Very successful. They know, and I think they know that they can call on us to come in and give testimony or lobby or do whatever we need to do to try and protect that program.
Right. To give an example, when they write about the idea for some of the counties to secede, one of the citations is it's the rain tax. I mean, they it's got this little name of rain tax that it doesn't at all share what good work we can do with that for our community.
The risk of taking this, well, not a risk. I'm going to take this off slightly on a tangent. I think, and I believe I've discussed it with Councilmember Mail, that we need to keep moving, actually, with making progress on our stormwater work here in the city. And in particular, I think it's a great idea to have city payments in some form to individual property owners who take care of stormwater on their own properties. This wouldn't be a forgiveness of the stormwater payment, but rather would be a payment to cover at least some of the cost of projects. This is a way of moving us forward, and perhaps it would provide additional arguments when it comes to state legislative initiatives.
And one of the things that I just want to highlight in talking about the stormwater issues, as Susie mentioned, most of the counties before now did not have this fee, the stormwater fee. And so many of the jurisdictions went back to their counties, and there was a tremendous amount of pushback from citizens about this rain tax, as it's been labeled. And so I am aware of a number of bills that are going to be introduced to try to either repeal the stormwater fee, to try to lengthen the amount of time under which it will be calculated. Some I've heard are 5 years. Some want to spread it out over 10 instead of immediately, calculating it. Some local jurisdictions have actually voted against initiating it, which is not something they can actually do since it's a requirement by the state. But that just gives you a flavor of what is going on in terms of pushback. And so while the city has a program that is working well and moving forward, other people around the state are trying to change that and not necessarily thinking about the city's program that it's been in effect and that it's been working. They are thinking more collectively in terms of a new fee that's being imposed on more jurisdictions and wanting to pull that back.
Frederick County imposed a fee of 1 cent.
Yes.
Yeah, I think maybe you can talk a little bit about the dynamics of the next session and how it affects these.
So one of the things that's important to know about the next legislative session is that this is the last year of a 4-year term. And all of the members of the General Assembly and all of the members of all the elected members of the administration are up for election. One thing that has changed that is different from previous years is that the primary in Maryland will be in June instead of September. And typically, and what happens, Maryland ethics law prohibits anyone who's an elected office in the state from fundraising for a state position during the legislative session. So you're going to see people needing to position themselves before and immediately thereafter session. We expect, typically when we're in the last year, just before an election, we have an even greater number of bills that come in and more statements and positions being taken on bills and amendments flying than typical. So we are going to need to be able to, as I've said before, be very nimble, be ready to react to a large number of bills that will be coming in and a likely number of amendments on a whole variety of bills, it won't be your typical session. And so we will need to factor that in when thinking about the city's priorities, legislative and budget priorities, and how you want all of that to factor in so that you can be resilient and be ready and be as proactive as possible, but knowing that there will be an awful lot of reacting needed to be done in a very quick fashion, as you know always occurs during the session.
I get my quick phone calls. Oh my God. That's right. I think one of the things just want to go through. Were there other major things there?
Those are the really large ones that are carryovers.
Things that the City Council already has gone on position with submitting legislative action requests to MML for its legislative process. The three items that we put forward were the HUR formula, the Highway User Revenue Formula, the preservation of telecommunications revenue, and related to our cable TV and our franchises, and also the issue of fair price for purchasing streetlights. And I do need to set up a meeting with our representative from PEPCO who's agreed to talk to us about that. Nevertheless, those were the three that we put forward for MML. Other items that I've been talking with Michelle about for some time have been, and some of these are legislative and some of these are just push in the administration, support for economic development efforts on New Hampshire Avenue, Flower Avenue, Green Street, whatever might end up happening that could be related to the hospital campus, a variety of these things. We look at legislative actions or other kinds of approaching the administration for assistance and funds.
Ms. Lala, Flower Avenue, Green Street, given the multimodal transportation funding, is that off the table so far as the state legislature is concerned? Do we need any more money?
We do need more money. The city manager could address that a little bit better than I, but I think that one of the things that we're trying to do in general is to keep the money coming, because even if we don't have it exactly for Flower Avenue, Green Street, the idea of these green streets is something that we can use throughout the city. So however we have to position it, whether it's directly for Flower Avenue or if it's for the general concept of these various kinds of improvements, we want to try to push those.
Actually, on a similar topic, are we contemplating putting in any state bond funding requests in?
That's up to you. I don't know that we are, and I don't know if you have a sense about how bond bills are going to be looked at. Perhaps that'd be a good thing for you to answer.
Sure. Typically, there are a tremendous amount, as you know, of bond bill introductions that occur, and essentially each legislative district has a few that become the top priorities for each legislative district. And so I would suggest that, if you want to consider, the council wants to consider a bond bill, that it'd be something that we want to discuss early, sooner rather than later, with your District 20 team to make sure that they know that this is on the priority list and working closely on that. I think, there are usually quite a few hundred of those requests every year, and obviously just a small amount that get funded. And usually what you need to be able to show up front is a 50-50 match.
And just for those who get confused by the title bond bill, basically it's a state grant for a particular project.
And in general, it's best to have those bills formulated and ready to go to the Montgomery delegation for their meeting that they tend to have in early December.
Right. Yeah. Yes, with pre-discussions with the 20 team beforehand.
And did the city manager have any information on Green Street?
Sure.
Funding.
So for Flower Avenue, we received obviously a large allocation in terms of our transportation from the Transportation Regional Board. We are still actually getting some information back from them. They haven't actually sent us the official document which notifies us of the exact amount of the award. And more importantly, they also have not exactly specified yet the requiring city match that we have to have for those funds. And so I would say until we get that back, I'm not going to be able to say whether we have exactly all of our money situated. We always knew that there were some additional enhancements and permutations around bike lanes, as an example, and perhaps even for some of the street furniture, that if we had extra money, we were going to be able to use. So we can always use more money for the project, but we think that we have a sizable, if not significant amount, obviously to move forward in terms of design, but also in terms of just some of the basic elements that we wanted to do for the street.
And thinking about the unknown about the potential match for those funds and the requirement for a 50% match on bond funds, can you give us any sense of what those matching funds mean for our sources of funds? As you were talking, I was starting to think, could we be going a little bit blindly into saying, well, let's apply for a bond bill and obligating ourselves to a 50% match if we get it, and thinking about the other funds that we've been allocated on the federal level, is all of a sudden we're going, oh my God, look at all this match that we've got to come up with.
I will assure you that we would not put forward something that we didn't think we had a match for and that we hadn't fully discussed with the council. I mean, I think that's...
no, that's not where I was going.
But one of the things I think that we do is we push on a variety of different areas to see where might there be funds and where might there be opportunities and where can we piggyback on somebody else's initiative for these things. And so, it hadn't been something that I'd been thinking about going forward with a bond bill for these items, but the general idea of pushing to see where there might be some opportunities is what we've been working on.
I'll rephrase the question. How do we decide what funds we use for matching for these various initiatives? Do we know that we're in good shape on either pulling those from reserves, or have we already determined that we've expended monies that could be used for the match?
So I can speak at least for the Flower Avenue project, and right now I believe that's the only project that we actually have to have a matching requirement for. So we haven't pursued any other projects where we have to have a match. And so when we submitted our application for Flower Avenue, we were, at least from our perspective, in terms of what amount of money we were asking for, we had an idea already about where those matching funds were going to come from. And so we felt very comfortable in asking for that amount of money because we knew where those matching funds were going to be required. Now, what we get back in terms of what we ask for versus what we get is the part where it gets a little different because we don't control that as much. But for Flower Avenue, we asked for money that we already knew where we were going to have our match from. And I would assume that every other project, and I wasn't here when Flower Avenue was submitted, but I assume going forward, every other project where we have a match requirement, the city, we've got to make sure, obviously, that we have an idea about where that match is going to come from before we
So it sounds like we don't necessarily at this point need to be reluctant about wishing to pursue a bond bill for a Green Street project or something else, and then find ourselves a little bit short when we realize what the implications are in terms of the match.
Yeah, I think that we have to be really careful about bond bills, that we know precisely what we want. It's very useful to have that one really well thought through when we go forward on
Right, but I was just thinking about it in terms of if we thought we wanted to go forward and we wanted to put that effort into figuring out exactly what it was to see if we can come up with that in a timely fashion to do the bond bill, that we weren't then going to find ourselves going, oh, and what about the match? Gee, that's an issue.
Right.
Yeah, I think we probably just have to take a strategic look at what we want to do for a bond bill in the first place. I mean, that I think that would be the first consideration for the council to think about, but...
Could I also add, you raise a really good point, which is that often the amount requested is not the amount received.
Right.
So in developing the plans, you want to have contingencies for, receiving various levels of funds versus what you have asked for. The one other issue that I wanted to mention that I have heard about is the tax duplication issue.
Before you get to that,
Okay.
was yours relevant to this?
Yeah, briefly, a little while ago, I want to go back to where it was mentioned, the New Hampshire economic development effort, to get an understanding of what is on staff's mind with regard to that.
Well, I think with New Hampshire Avenue, we have two different approaches. One is, certainly we've been working really hard with State Highway to ensure that they're on board. We've got the concept plan, kind of showed that it's feasible. And, you know, whatever we need to do to kind of facilitate their work on it, you know, we keep pushing that. In general, for economic development, we try for these various, the community legacy funds and those kinds of things that in the past haven't really been targeted to New Hampshire Avenue. We'd really love to get them to spend real money on New Hampshire Avenue. So whether it takes us lobbying for it in a different kind of way, or just going through, you know, the same standard steps, and finally they say, okay, I guess we need to give it to Tacoma Park. But I think that's one of the things we've really been trying to get significant funds so we can work on development projects along there that really make a difference and spur things in the direction that we've been trying to lay out.
You know, that's the sort of thing that sounds, and just by its nature, to be like a good thing. That, you know, it needs to be done. We need to get a lot of money. The more we can get, the better, to make improvements on New Hampshire Avenue to get closer to the goal of the concept plan. But that covers an awful lot of territory, 2 miles in length, and there's a lot of buildings, and there's all kinds of, it's just a big piece of geography. And I find myself getting puzzled as to how we could make something a little more concrete out of it, so that we're talking about something that's, and I realize maybe that this conversation isn't the time and the place to learn about all this, but I do think it needs to be narrowed down a little bit so that not only me, but people that live along that stretch of the highway can begin to feel like they're part of it.
Mm-hmm. I think that the couple things that we have going for in favor of kind of making it a better step, a bigger step for New Hampshire Avenue, is the fact that we got the feasibility study came back in a positive light. We've got something tangible to show folks who are used to seeing those kinds of things, that we've got a doable streetscape, a doable plan. When we get down to and I think one of the other things is that given the political posturing that's going on in the next year, you know, this may be something that people want to start putting a feather in their cap, and they can do it and benefit us. So if there's some way that we can, you know, use this,
including
this
the
year.
PG delegation.
Absolutely. I'm actually thinking particularly of Prince George's County. And I think that if we can do some of those kind of partnerships, we may have some more leverage this year than we've had in the past.
Okay.
And how much money are we talking?
You know, I have no idea.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I second the PG delegation. A project on the southern part of the New Hampshire Avenue corridor, which touches both areas, might be the best. But we've also talked about 2 projects. We've talked about a business incubator, and then the New Hampshire Avenue Recreation Center, and the idea of a public-private partnership to redevelop that with recreational space in the first or lower stories and some other uses on upper stories. You know, those are 2 ideas that have come to us before and would be nice to move forward to. Thank you.
And if I can just observe that Prince George's politicians always like to hear it referred to as Prince George's, not as PG.
When we're, one of the things,
always.
Let's give him a promotion. Let's call it King George's County.
That lives in Virginia.
Yeah.
I think think the other thing that I just want to mention, Councilmember Daniels-Cohen is back. She's mentioned a couple other items in her email about legislation, anything related to polystyrene, banning polystyrene, how do we advance safe grow kinds of things at the state level. So if there's, those are things that we might look for openings on, but I'm throwing these things out. I think at this point, we need to get a sense about, obviously most of these things, Michelle knows, are priorities anyway, but if there's something strong that's not been mentioned, or you've got some that you feel are more important than others, it would be very helpful for her to hear, and me.
I know a couple other people have comments, and I wanted to see if we're getting sidetracked here, whether you wanted to get to the next piece and then we have a little bit more discussion, or whether we can keep going this way.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Mayo, was your light old? Or was this new?
But,
New light?
whenever-
Councilmember Mayo and Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. So I guess I hope that we have more time to talk about legislative priorities than just this meeting. The interest in polystyrene, we know, is one that has been in the community for a long time. Another issue, and we talked about the power pole purchase part, but in context of the Brendel Group report that we're going to get and the work that the City and Environment Committee and Brendel have been doing on sustainability and on energy, there's a whole bunch of energy policies that can make it either very easy for residents to adopt and change and conserve energy, or hard. And my sense is Maryland is somewhere in the middle. We've made some big advances over the last 3 or 4 legislative sessions in a couple of respects, but there's still a bunch of barriers in place in order to really incentivize renewable energy production and energy conservation measures, big retrofits. So that's an area in general where I think there would be some strong policy interest in the legislature already, where I know some members are looking for ideas to champion, and where we may, just through this process and maybe as soon as next week, have some ideas of some things that we are hearing that we should do, and maybe there's ways that legislation would facilitate those. So I'll stop on those issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. So I have a issue that I believe is new to the Tacoma Park City Council, at least in this current council, which is marijuana decriminalization. Senator Bobby Zirkin got a bill through the state Senate this past session. It failed in the House. My understanding from talking to a number of people is that it was blocked by the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, Delegate Joseph Valario. Delegate Valario is getting on in age, but in any case, Senator Zirkin does plan to reintroduce a bill in 2014. To be clear, this would decriminalize the possession of, if he reintroduces the same bill, 10 grams or less of marijuana. That's less than half an ounce. And by decriminalize, that doesn't mean legalize. That means you don't get thrown in jail. Current law for that amount is that you don't get thrown in jail when you get criminal citation. It's a criminal citation, not a traffic ticket-like citation. This would change it to a traffic ticket-like citation with a fine of $100. If Senator Zirkin introduces a bill in the 2014 legislative session, I would like to propose a resolution for the City Council to support it. It would not be a priority of the Council. It's not something we would pursue. It's something that we would react to if it does happen. If it miraculously moves into the House, hey, I would do something there. And then I would hope that the Council would consider it as a priority for the 2015 legislative session, when there could very well be change in the leadership of the House Judiciary Committee, and there will very likely be new leadership in the Senate Judiciary Committee that is very close to home and friendly on this issue. So that's something for us to maybe keep on top of in the months going ahead. What happens in the 2014, I know I've discussed this with several of my council colleagues and also with city staff, including the city manager and the police chief just this last Friday. While the police chief's views are somewhat different from mine on the topic, I think that my feeling from talking to council colleagues is that we could move forward with a resolution in support if it does get introduced in the coming session.
I believe it is going to be introduced, a reintroduction.
And sorry, to be clear, I think that the police chief's difference in opinion is just that he's following current.
Yes, I am.
Emphatically,
I am not seeking to have any kind of change to Tacoma Park City law or policy that would attempt to circumvent or overturn state or federal law on this topic. The police chief and his officers have sworn to uphold the Maryland Constitution and laws. I think it would be counterproductive for the city council to attempt to create policy that would run counter to what our own police force members have sworn.
I can imagine that the course of action that you've laid out is something that the council would be likely to pursue.
It's clear that the change needs to happen at state level, and I'll note further that in the cases of states that have legalized marijuana usage, the President Obama has said that the federal government will not try to enforce any kind of preemption. Preemption is not the right word in this context, but will not try to overturn the state's decisions.
And if I can go back for a minute to something that the Deputy City Manager mentioned, which was one of the council's priority legislative action requests that we gave to MML, which was about cable revenues. If we can just say a little bit more about the potential for assault on those revenues and what the city might want to think about doing to pursue this, either as individually or in concert with somebody, or whether we need to be ready to kind of react to things. And I know that those tend to come through the House Ways and Means Committee, and wonder whether that's our best avenue to pursue rather than something more formal. Just a little bit more about that.
Currently, the city and municipalities receive a certain amount of funds from cable television for operating within their areas, whether it's because it's use of the right-of-way or some other kinds of agreements.
And we've been in negotiations with the county about how those can be used.
That's right. Generally, the largest amount of money tends to go for capital improvements related to cable television, but there's also some operating funds that come from that. It can be a fairly substantial amount of money. There has been a lot of discussion at the federal level about how those things get handled, and there's, telecommunications law is very complex and changes frequently. But one of the things that the state has expressed interest in is getting a cut of the funds. And so, I guess it's said as blunt as that. And basically, we would want to make sure that that doesn't come at the City of Tacoma Park's expense, and that municipalities continue to be compensated for some of the disruption to our rights of way, and also for the access to our community. And the discussions do come through the Ways and Means Committee. Sheila Hickson as the chair and as our one of our District 20 delegates, clearly is a key player in that, and we would want to have continued discussions. We've met with her before on this subject, but there may also be some legislation that's appropriate that kind of helps maintain what we've got, or certainly react, that we may have to react to, that might be to take that away. And I think that's about all I can say. I'm not sure that there's a particular piece of legislation we need to go forward with.
So it sounds more like we have to be ready for defense.
We have to be ready for defense, but we also have to show and make it clear how we use the funds, how important they are to our community, and and also kind of make it clear that these are companies making a lot of money off of us. And so the amount of money that we get, is useful, but, they may actually be able to pay some to the state too, and not necessarily hurt us. So there may be some ways to work through this that's a fair way.
Right. And I'll just point out that the city has been fairly proactive in how we deal with telecommunications and rights of way and agreements with utilities about these kinds of things. That I seem to remember we hired telecom consultants, attorneys after the Telecom Act of '96, and there has been a lot of history in Tacoma Park about how these funds get dealt with, how things come in, how we protect our right-of-way and try and get the reimbursement for them.
That's true.
So that it's something that we've been active on for 20 years at least.
Yes, we've got quite a history. The industry changes really fast, so we are, obviously negotiating franchise agreements with the three companies currently with Comcast and soon with RCN and then Verizon. But besides what we negotiate with the individual companies, we do need to have a structure that does not take our money away.
And we've had
serious threats to that.
yes, and we've gone to Annapolis with our cable TV crews following us into the hearing rooms, and we've raised a stink.
And we've also had, as Susie said, very comprehensive meetings with Chairwoman Hickson to really lay out the issues and the impact, and she understood that. And so I would say we had a very hefty discussion just before the last session, and with her staff person who is over this issue area. And so he took copious notes, asked many follow-up questions, and was heavily engaged and continues to be engaged in the task force as it moves forward. So, we know that the interests are shared, are understood.
So it sounds like we can continue to observe what's going on, be ready to act if we need to, but we don't need to take an initiative.
Continued
Yeah, I think we
conversations.
Right. Okay, thanks. Now, you were going to go to the next one.
I was just going to say that I have heard, that the issue of tax duplication, which has come up, a number of times over the last year or two, and my understanding is that MML has suggested through its task force that they entertain some discussions with MACO and not make it a legislative priority this year.
Right.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Okay.
The task force that I formed last year came up with a recommendation, and in the process of discussing the requests at the legislative committee this year, there was a strong push to go to the model with talking with MML, I know, with MACO, and the legislative committee pushed hard that this was something that needed attention and that it needed to be kind of a heightened level of attention, even though it wasn't going to be a priority of the league, that it was still a priority internal to the league and in the relationship with MACO, so that it wasn't just something that would kind of fall away and, roll back to it in a year, that this was looked upon as a chance to build toward the momentum to be up and running and have those discussions, so that to the extent possible, and that's where I don't know what extent will be possible, to be able to go into the 2015 legislative session having enough results from that discussion with MACO that there's the potential to go forward with something where there can be agreement, so that the legislature doesn't say, well, you and MACO work it out, and we say, well, we've already worked out what we can work out, and here's what we need, and here's some things that they don't necessarily agree with, but we need those too. I think it was a surprise to a number of people to hear that tax duplication was essentially looked upon as a local issue and local bill in some kind of informal agreement that had taken place, some verbal agreement that had taken place more than a decade ago between MACO and MML. That was a surprise to a lot of people. And I think what's going on in terms of the county discussions is our next agenda item. so that there's that aspect of it as well, but I don't want to bleed over into that until we've finished with this discussion. I do want to say that I think we need to make sure that we've brought out all of the issues that have the potential in this discussion tonight so that we can refine a little bit what we might want to do with priorities and have a further discussion with the council soon, so that if there's anything that we do want to have go forward as a local bill or as a general bill, that we have that submitted and language drawn up so that we're ready for that early December delegation.
That's right. I mean, we do have a relatively short turnaround time for local bills, and I don't know that I've heard of any to this point, but clearly we need to come back and have a follow-up discussion about policies, about priorities, and then, of course, as we go through the session, we'll continue to come back to you because we're going to have a lot of surprises and we're going to need to know how you stand.
But I want to make sure that people understand that we want to have that next discussion soon enough that we're not feeling like we're behind.
That's right.
in dealing with any of those, and that we have everything on the table so that we can decide what priorities might be and focus our energies.
There are already some local bills being offered, and we're getting them sent out to us. I saw recently one that may affect us that has to do with breweries, on-site, I guess, Class D liquor
Class
and
D.
varieties of things. So there'll be a number of bills that we'll be sharing with you. We may want to talk liquor stuff again.
And do we have a sunset of our law coming up?
Yeah, we have the sunset.
Yeah, we have the sunset next year,
2015?
2015.
Okay.
So we get through this session, next session we can look to remove it or change it, whatever, depending on you.
And this is the one, the what, TP Class B or
Class
whatever?
B. Isn't it?
That allows
Off-site.
off-site sale
Off-site,
of beer and wine only?
Right, yes.
Remembering what bill we got.
That's it.
And so far, we haven't had anybody
I don't think we've had
apply for
any
that.
activity, no, so.
Well, we did it wrong, in my opinion. That was the prior council, though, requiring that, or rather allowing the off-site sales only by restaurants. The whole reason this came up was to allow, in my understanding, the whole reason this came up was to allow outlets such as the TPSS Co-op to sell beer and wine, and that's not what we did.
My recollection is slightly different.
You were here.
Can I follow up on a question? Do we ever reach out to our delegation and ask them what priorities they have and how we can help?
Yes.
We do, but we have, it used to be that we had a more systematic way of doing that, and we'd have some kind of informal discussions with our council, and actually we should do that again, because I think that we've not, frankly, we have not had the kind of connection recently that we'd had before, and we need to reconnect. So it's a good idea.
And we actually, in discussions, when talking about the New Hampshire Avenue projects, thought that now that the feasibility study is complete, that would be a great opportunity to have to entertain those discussions and do some brainstorming with.
And bring them along for a tour with the new information.
And then also the next natural step was then with Montgomery County delegation leaders and then with Prince George's County. So great opportunities for partnerships also.
And that reminded me, maybe you can give us a little bit of information on how when the county delegation will choose new leadership, given that some of the leadership is changed. Or no, it hasn't changed because Delegate Feldman was no longer the delegation chair. Delegate Kaiser is.
That's correct.
So there's no need for a change.
There was change this session that occurred,
Right.
and so Delegate Kaiser is the head of Montgomery County delegation. Senator Madaleno is the head of the Senate delegation. That will remain. Although there are a couple of Montgomery County changes, obviously,
Right.
with Senator Garagiola gone and with Delegate Feldman moving forward.
Is there any other information you would all like to share at this point? Wrap it up.
Okay, I think we've got all of the ideas on the table. We'll come back with another session on this so that we can decide any particular courses of action that we want to take and get things rolling. And thank you. And are you going to stick around for the tax duplication
She's
discussion?
going to hang out here for a few minutes.
Okay.
If we could take just a short break, I'm actually going to have a little PowerPoint presentation. I need to get it hooked up. Is that something that's doable?
Oh.
Or do you want to just watch me do it?
Because it's you and you're so special tonight, we'll take a break.
Thank you.
We were trying to get to the end of this one without a break.
I know, but it's...
I think the deputy city manager can walk us through a couple things, but I just want to lead off by saying that I think we had a really good meeting last Thursday in Rockville. This was the special meeting of the MML Montgomery chapter. This was in preparation for this week's meeting in Poolsville. There was a good turnout there. The deputy city manager, the manager, Councilmember Schultz, Councilmember Smith, and myself were all there. I think that covers it. And I think the outcome from that meeting was more positive than I had expected it would be. There was agreement on a number of points, and the cities of Gaithersburg, Rockville, and Tacoma Park all said that they were working on draft comments that they were going to be sending to the Government Operations Committee, and so now I'll turn it over to the Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. It was a very good meeting, and I was pleased with at least the initial kind of position of the joint group. And I'd like to go through some of that tonight. I wanted to start first because municipal tax duplication is a bit of a complicated subject, and I've been living it for a long time. So I put this together to be simple and quick, which on this subject is not one that I necessarily do well.
And quick meaning you've managed to keep your addendum A to this letter to less than 20 pages?
Actually, I'm not sure about that part. But that's because that's the detail part that only the staff people and a couple key people will care about. Basically, municipal tax duplication is under consideration again. Changes to it are under consideration. And so this is something that will be an important topic for the city. Wanted to go over it so that both you and any viewers get a sense about what it is. Generally, the idea of tax duplication is that taxpayers pay tax to both a municipality and a county government, but some services are not provided by the county. The money paid to the county for those services are considered duplicated taxes. Maryland state law only references duplicated property taxes, does not look at duplicated income tax, energy tax, sell tax, or any other tax. However, under the current Montgomery County law, the county operates under what's considered a full county service tax duplication model. And the way that the county law reads is that for services that only the municipality provides, but that the county would otherwise provide, will the county give a tax rebate. It calculates rebate to the municipality via a formula that is supposed to approximate the amount the county would pay to provide the service if it were responsible for that service. And it does not look at the amount of duplicated property tax only. It looks at the cost of what the county would pay to provide the service. Under the county law, the county council has the option to pay less as they consider the annual budget. It's one of the things that they put into context when they pass the budget. The FY13 rebates, which had a bit of a cut for Tacoma Park, include police service, which we get which we did receive $2.9 million for, road maintenance $420,000, crossing guards $155,000, parks $69,000, and two other topics that get kind of in the mix are the payment for the library, which is $128,000. It's in the county code as a library payment based on property assessment. And we get a police payment also in the county code. When the county used to adhere to the Memorandum of Understanding for police services, the amount was determined what the county would provide for providing police services. Then they deducted the amount that was calculated for police payment that's listed in the county code, and they would pay that separately so that together it would approximate the amount that the county would pay. Since the municipal tax duplication program monies have pretty much been frozen and cut, the county has kept the police services amount down, but the county code police payment, they have paid at that amount. So that amount actually has been going up a little bit, while the overall number for police services, municipal tax duplication, has gone down or been mixed around. So it adds a complexity to it, but there are two separate payments that are paid for police services. This is one of the points I made at the meeting the other night with the municipal with the municipalities, that together under the formulas we were to receive $11.6 million, all the municipalities in Montgomery County. As is described in the OLO report, the county general fund revenue is $2.6 billion. So it's, when people are trying to cut, a couple $100,000 here or there, it's really insulting. It's not, it doesn't, it just is small potatoes.
And I think the county's overall budget is about $4.7 billion when you include
the
other
schools.
funds.
Yes. Currently, the Montgomery County Law and the Municipal Tax Duplication Program is being reviewed by the Council's Government Operations Committee, the GO Committee. And the GO Committee asked the Office of Legislative Oversight to review the law and make recommendations. I believe that the county committee wanted to better understand the subject because it is complex. They had heard some points that there were non-municipal residents who were subsidizing municipalities, and I think they want the subject to be done with. So they signed it to the Office of Legislative Oversight for this report, which has been issued and which we are reviewing. The Office of Legislative Oversight's report recommendations include several major points. Their major point is to change the county law to pay only 40% of the county's cost for these services, stating that that represents the percentage of duplicated property tax, and since the state only looks at duplicated property tax, so should Montgomery County.
And the 40% is based on the current percentage of the budget.
That's right. In Montgomery County budget, about 40% of their services, the cost for their services come from a mixture of revenue sources. About 40% is property tax, about 40% is income tax, and then there's 20% other kinds of taxes. Rather than say that all of these things come to play out of taxpayer wallets, they just want to use the state language that talks about property tax so that they can pay us a whole lot less. Also, another recommendation is a good one, which is not to require that the municipality exclusively provide a service. That sometimes there are times when what the municipality does and in conjunction with what the county does together is a good thing, meets county and municipal goals, and that there could be some support for that. The one that's the element that is particularly cited, and which Rockville and Gaithersburg are very happy about, is that the idea that they could get some money for their police departments, which do a lot of first responder work in their communities. But Montgomery County Police also patrol in those communities. Tacoma Park is the only place where, in Montgomery County, where the Tacoma Park Police are the sole first responders. The OLL also recommended to provide grants on top of the property tax rebate to help advance county goals. And in this, they particularly looked at Tacoma Park, which they felt had needs that they should get some money for. And we, of course, agree. But they made it they started to do this comparison about what if the municipality receives so much in income tax that they could provide for their services with the income tax funds. Under state law, under a different provision of state law, 17% of Tacoma Park's residents that pay income tax to Montgomery County, 17% of that amount comes back to Tacoma Park. 83% goes to Montgomery County. It really annoys the county that money comes back to the municipalities, and they particularly dislike small municipalities that have many wealthy residents and not a lot of service provision, that they get a good amount of money for that. So they hate paying the tax rebates to those municipalities for their services when they're getting a lot of income tax money.
And that has stirred up not only the county council, but the president of the Senate and a few others who keep throwing this out there every time anything comes up about tax duplication.
That's right.
Could you just go over that
Yes.
more slowly one
Sorry.
more time? And it just so that we all pay income tax to the state. The state.
And there's an extra amount that comes to Montgomery County as Montgomery County residents. When you fill out your income tax form, you also indicate if you're in a municipality. And when that is the case, the piggyback amount that goes to the county, the portion that goes to the county, 17% of that amount is returned to a municipality as an income tax revenue.
17% of the extra amount?
Of the county amount,
Of the
yes.
county amount.
Because the county income tax is based on a piggyback tax, and the county can, by state law, set the amount of that piggyback up to, I think, 60%? Not all, it's 50% or 60% of the state amount of tax.
Yeah.
And not all counties have the same percentage, but the state caps the percent that the county can get.
Right.
Most of them come very close to the maximum.
I think so.
That's right. And I think that this is, as was talked about at the chapter meeting the other night, the income tax provision was done in the
1937.
1937, so predated the discussion about some kind of duplicated property tax in state law.
By about 50 years.
One of the things that I felt very good about the chapter meeting was the determination to really indicate that the income tax provision should not be part of this discussion.
And the chart that OLO did basically said, okay, of the current tax duplication amount, if we assign the 40% to the property tax, and that's going to continue to be the tax duplication, the other 60% is the remaining figure, and then they had, the next column was the amount that each municipality would get from income tax, from that 17%, and then they looked and they said, okay, who gets more out of income tax, and who gets more out of the 60% of the tax duplication amount? And the only ones who got more out of the tax duplication amount than from the income tax were Washington Grove and Tacoma Park. And Washington Grove's difference was minuscule, and Tacoma Park's was way different than anybody else's.
Right.
Which says that we provide a whole lot more services, and our residents are relatively poorer than other municipality residents in the county.
Right. And I think, one of the things that I didn't call out here particularly, but I think is a really important point, is that, Tacoma Park provides a lot of services to non-municipal residents besides its municipal residents, especially in our recreation programs. But there's a lot of benefit to live close to Tacoma Park, and that kind of thing is not calculated and is not shown as a benefit in these discussions. There's only concern that somehow municipalities are taking money away from non-municipal residents, which I really have not seen any evidence to that. The Office of Legislative Oversight also recommended simple formulas using per unit or per capita figures, even if they don't approximate how the county funds its services. The most notable one on this has to do with crossing guards, where they were looking at a per capita figure for paying crossing guards. There is a standard formula for when a crossing guard is warranted. It has to do with traffic at a particular intersection, and there's standard warrants that you look. And if it meets those, then the crossing guard is warranted, and if not, it's not. It has nothing to do with the per capita, with some kind of a per capita thing across Montgomery County. So.
And in the meeting on Thursday night, I challenged the Office of Legislative Oversight staff who was there about why use a per capita basis for things like police when you're not looking at the per capita coverage of police in the county. It makes more sense, as the current formula does, to look at Silver Spring, and she basically just said, tough, we disagree.
Right, she wanted to do the per capita amount. The Office of Legislative Oversight also wanted to make Tacoma Park's library payment part of the municipal tax duplication program. The reason it is not is because it's not an exclusive service. We also have Montgomery County Library service here, and if it followed, if it were part of the program without a change in county law, then we wouldn't get any money for it. So I think that's not what they had in mind. I think they do have in mind to continue a payment, but I think they didn't quite understand the history of how it became a library payment.
And the county chose to make the payment that way when that payment happened.
Yes, when we did unification, and before unification, we did receive funds from both Prince George's County and Montgomery County towards the library. When it became part of Montgomery County, it was clear that if the Tacoma Park Library became part of the Montgomery County system, because of their geographic distribution requirements for the county library branches, they would close this branch. They would close the Tacoma Park Library. And even folks who really didn't like giving money to municipalities felt pretty strongly that this library should stay and should receive assistance because of its adjacency to the 3 public schools and the use of the library of the 3 schools within 2 blocks.
And let me just say that protecting, in some fashion, the Tacoma Park Public Library was the first issue that I remember Councilmember Siemens being actively involved in and being a strong leader in that area. That was, Terry Siemens emerges.
Introduction to the community, right?
There you go. The Office of Legislative Oversight also recommended eliminating the county code provision for Tacoma Park police rebate. The schedule that's going forward, municipalities are working together to respond to the OLO report, working together on a joint letter as well as doing independent letters. The next Government Operations Committee discussion is late October. I think October 28th is the date that I keep hearing. And Mayor, you'll need to kind of clarify this. The county wants to conclude discussion by the end of December. Is that the full, is that just the GO committee, or is it the full council?
That was in the meeting that I attended with Councilmember Reamer, and he indicated that they thought they could come up with whatever legislative changes they needed to do by the end of the calendar year.
Yeah. And obviously this has an impact on next year. The county executive issues his proposed budget on March 15th. Wanted to go over just briefly some of Tacoma Park's history on this. We've had a police rebate since the 1940s. The police municipal tax duplication rebate used to subtract out the code amount, as I indicated earlier, to give the amount, to result in the amount that would have been spent by the county if they provided the police service. The police rebate formula was last revised in 2002. It was out of date within 2 years. I worked on it in 2001 and 2002, and we knew that the county was in the process of changing how they did staffing. The county then tried to repeatedly break the agreement. They came year after year to say, gee, we don't think we want this one provision of the agreement, and so we'll cut your payment on police services. We usually found this out a couple weeks before, or the week before, what used to be MFP committee, which was the predecessor to the GO committee. Marilyn Praisner, who was not a fan of municipalities, would call me up and say, did you know that they're trying to cut your police rebate? No, didn't know that. And we would have to marshal the troops and point out that, no, they are to live by their agreement. We said if the agreement is not correct, then they could come to the table and negotiate a new agreement if the formula needed to be changed. They refused. Finally, They did come to the table to negotiate in 2007 and in 2008. Our last meeting, our last discussion about the negotiations was in October of 2008, where we had come to an agreement that we would have a formula that was very much based on the 2 adjacent beats in Silver Spring, the staffing that the county provides to that area. There was agreement across the table. It then disappeared, and we didn't hear anything more about it. We would call and say, we're supposed to have a county attorney review. It's supposed to be reviewed by someone. Oh, we don't know where. We'll have to look for that. And unfortunately, we've got about 3 years' worth of emails saying, oh, yeah, we'll get back to you. The last conversation that I've had about that was with Kathleen Boucher in February or March. And she said, well, you know, it would cost us too much, so we're just sitting on it. So it's there. At this point, it's probably also out of date. It probably needs to be revised. The information about the history of the Tacoma Park Police rebate in the Office of Legislative Oversight report is in error, and I have a good amount of documentation to share with them so that they can correct that.
And I'll just remind folks at this point that the city manager and I had a meeting with the county executive and his staff on these issues, I guess, early in 2012, where I told him that what they were doing on tax duplication and rebates wasn't right and wasn't fair, and he said, it's not right, but it's fair. Yes, meaning we're screwing everybody else, we're screwing you too.
Okay. In terms of our tax duplication services and formula, if the provision is taken out that you don't have to exclusively provide the service by the municipality, we should be receiving some kinds of rebates for our recreation services and our affordable housing programs, which lots of folks outside of Tacoma Park take advantage of. And I've explained a little bit about the library payment. City staff recommendation as we move forward is to advocate to support keeping the full county cost model in Montgomery County. The proportion of services that the county pays with property taxes can vary at will. Just because currently they say they pay 40% of their services with property tax, it's just what they say. They can change it. They can say, gee, we pay all of X service with income tax revenue, so you won't have to pay a rebate for that. And it's not until you actually tell a county council member that it starts to sink into them how arbitrary this is. And I think that is something that we have to keep reminding them. We have to remind them that residents also pay income taxes, sell taxes, and energy taxes. And these are paid by people who are not property owners often. And yet they're not going to be able to get any kind of assistance back if the county only pays 40% of the formula amounts. Receiving only 40% will deeply hurt Tacoma Park and its greater proportion of lower income residents. If offered a choice of tax differential or rebate, staff recommends choosing a rebate. The tax differential would be a cut in the tax amount to people for their property tax rate, but that does not get back to those easily who don't pay property taxes. As we mentioned before, I recommend opposing linking the income tax to tax duplication computations. If there were a very sophisticated report to revenue sharing, that'd be great. I don't see that coming up. I have a draft letter that has been reviewed by you. I made most of Councilmember Mail's changes, made a couple small other modifications. I'd like you to review it and approve it or give some suggestions if it needs some change. And as we move forward, I think that Tacoma Park particularly needs to be forceful. We have the most to lose if the tax duplication funding formula changes. The other counties, the other municipalities in the county have other kinds of resources that they can use for their communities. This is significant for Tacoma Park. As identified in the fiscal impact, if we got the amount we were supposed to get this year, it would have been, for FY13, it would have been $4.4 million. The 40% amount is $1.7 million. That kind of a cut is really hard for Tacoma Park. And as I said, no one else has that kind of an impact, particularly because we had the police rebate, which is a huge component. I'd also encourage you to encourage Tacoma Park residents to be very vocal about this subject right now. I think they need to let the county council know that the tax duplication proposal is unfair and needs to be addressed. This is something that we've got, the county council is going to be looking at this, and they need to know that this is not just municipalities complaining. What this is real people getting hurt in their pocketbook. If this goes forward, it's Montgomery County keeping the money that they're taking and not rebating it to us as they are supposed to do. So those are my points.
And one thing I want to make sure we're clear on when we have the dollar figures, the current formulas would rebate a total to the municipalities of, what was it, 11.4?
Yeah.
And the current rebate amount that the county has actually been paying is a lot closer to $7 million.
That was before, yeah. I have to go back and look at the numbers, make sure I have it correct.
Because I want to make sure that we're keeping in mind both the current formula number, the current paid number, which is
right.
some amount, probably less than 2/3 of what they should be paying. There's the potential that if the formulas were calculated, like in the case of our police rebate, where it was going to be changed, it would be higher than the 11.4.
That's right.
Which was certainly the argument of the Tax and Service Duplication Initiative Committee Task Force.
Yes,
that
I will tell you.
had.
I will tell you that referring to the numbers is very complex within this report, because
Yes.
sometimes they include subjects like the library payment that's not considered a municipal tax duplication payment. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they've kind of mixed in the police code payment. And so I would just say that it's a little bit tricky. I would want to make sure that I'm very careful about the numbers that I provide you, that you can share with others on that, so that.
Yeah, because it would be good to know what the formula is, what the formula doesn't include but that we get, and what the actual amount is that we get. And then you kind of add back in like the police number that has actually gone up a little bit but gets deducted back out.
Right. Like I said, I mean, it is. I will do the best to be simple about that without spending a lot of time on it.
Okay.
And
the simple answer is we stand to lose millions of dollars.
The simple answer is, yeah, they're.
And for the county,
actually, the swear word that I was going to use, I won't use, but it's in that. They're trying to take advantage of us.
They're trying to take millions of dollars away, and in their budget, a couple $1 million is pocket fluff, and in our budget, it's huge.
I just wanted to just underscore that point. I mean, it's at least 15% of our total budget, and so, changes like that would require significant cost cutting that this council would have to go through in terms of budget if this actually does go through. And so this is a real issue that is confronting, I think, the city right this second. And
it would change the complexion of the services that the city government provides.
It would radically change the complexion of the services that the city would provide, and that's police, public works, housing, code enforcement. I mean, these are real cuts to people.
And we've gone through real cuts, and that's really not nice. I think, we're getting, one of the things that I'm kind of happy about by having a little bit of money in Tacoma Park, that we've actually been able to do some of the initiatives that we've wanted to do for a long time. Those would have to disappear.
And the the municipal officials who met last Thursday in Rockville came up with a number of points on which we had general agreement. And I'm trying to remember what those points were. They were...
Well, the primary one was to stick with the full county cost model. And that's a very important point. And the second one was to not have income tax in the mix.
Oh, and there was also that the OLO report had suggested that there could be a choice of the tax, of the duplication of the
Right.
rebate or of the
Tax
tax
differential.
differential. And it seemed to be, there was some confusion over whether it was a one-time choice or whether it was every 5 or 10 years you had the option to change.
Yeah, the OLO report recommended a one-time choice. I think the general thought is that there should be a periodic option that, say, every 5 years, a municipality would have an opportunity to reconsider
And there
their
was a fair
choice they
amount of
made.
discussion over whether there was really, in fact, going to be the offering of a choice.
Right, so they were going to say what they wanted.
So there was the sense that it could also be that it ends up that the county, if they did what they've talked about so far now, would be to go just to the differential, not to a rebate.
Yes, I mean, one of the things that seems to be the case is the OLO staff, which did kind of independently study the issue, also simply did what they thought they were told, which was to go to just the property tax base to get down to that 40%. But they did have some recommendations on some of these other things, and it is going to be up to the GO committee to make recommendations, and then the full county council to vote on this. So one of the things that I think I would be surprised if a decision could be done this calendar year, because this is a really, I think, could be a very politically sensitive topic.
But it also sounds like it may be up to Tacoma Park to make that I mean, right now it may be a simple decision, Mayor, as you mentioned, in that there are a few municipalities in Montgomery County that stand to lose the most, and we're
it.
Number one on that list.
We're out at the number one position by a long way.
Right.
And I think the thing that we do have, in our advantage on that is that OLO recognizes that in the report, that we really are in a difficult and different situation. So, we do have standing to make that claim.
I'll turn to my two colleagues who were at the meeting for first opportunity to make any additional comments, and then others I know have questions as well. Councilmember Smith.
Thank you. Suzanne, thank you very much for this presentation. Can we put the presentation online on our website? Sure. Okay, great. Can you talk more about the grant proposal and how much money the city would recapture?
Well, the grant proposal that is in the OLO recommendations would be that kind of for the difference between the 40% and the amount that the county is spending now, or some other amount that they could figure out, there would be an opportunity to give grants, especially to those like Tacoma Park, where you don't have enough income tax money to pay for the services. Unfortunately, the way that they have it characterized in the OLO report is that it's a one-time grant. And the kinds of things that we're talking about, police services, public works, road maintenance, that's ongoing. And so when after the report came out and I spoke with the staff person who primarily wrote the report, she's like, well, yeah, you do have ongoing expenses. I think that's the critical point here. A one-time grant really doesn't help. A one-time grant can help for certain things like bridges or other kind of really special items, but it's not particularly useful. Also, the other municipalities kind of figured that they're not going to get any grants at all, and so they were feeling also that they were getting left out of that.
And would it be fair to say that there's the potential for the municipalities who would gain some reimbursement for their, or some recognition for their contributions in their police, where they don't get anything now, to feel that if they got the recognition of the police, that more than made up for the potential for grants.
I think that's true. Obviously, I mean, I think rightfully so. I think Rockville and Gaithersburg deserve some contribution towards the police work that they do. But again, you know, part of this is talking about a cap to the amount of money that would come through this program. And so once you start taking out money for police services in Rockville and Gaithersburg out of that difference, there's not a lot left. And you know, one of the points that you know, I'm including in the draft letter is that there shouldn't be a cap. A cap, they should pay the right amount. They should have the formulas, and then they should pay the right amount. And that the county council always has the opportunity to say, we can't afford X amount this budget year. That's written into the law.
And when I think you asked the OLO staff why the cap, wasn't that the question to which she basically answered, it's because the county council doesn't have enough discipline otherwise?
Yes.
Well, the county council cap to grant monies, right? And in a subsequent discussion with her, well, in a discussion with her subsequent to writing the report, you know, she expressed a real interest. She would love to have the county council have priorities about what they want to see happen in Montgomery County, and then figure out what kind of money should go to them, and some of them can come to us because we're helping to advance a recreation activity or a service or whatever. She doesn't think that will happen, so I think they just picked a number.
I think this is the biggest issue before the council. How would you boil this down to two sentences if you were talking to residents why this is so important?
I would say that without using the swear words.
I would start with, there are services that Tacoma Park residents are paying for right now that we are not, and they're getting taxed twice on those services.
Right.
And that amount that they're getting taxed twice on, we are receiving only partial payment for those services.
And Montgomery County is keeping the rest.
And we are the only entity providing those services. We are the only entity providing library
service.
And police service in particular. And so,
we do road maintenance, we do crossing guards, police, those kinds of things.
And so residents would see a drastic change in the level of those services, like they could see potholes on the streets.
Well, basically, the city would have a lot less money, and either we have to raise taxes from the same people who are paying already twice, or we have to cut services dramatically.
Okay. Thank you.
Or maybe Montgomery County would have to pick up all those services. You know, no one's ever thought about that.
No, we certainly have raised that.
It's scary.
And I will
point many times.
And I will tell you that
it's scary.
Montgomery County Police has indicated they are not interested in taking over the police responsibilities for Tacoma Park.
They don't want, recreation doesn't want to come in here. The police don't want to come in here because we're already getting taken to the bank, basically, by the county, and we're offering excellent services. So, I'm like, strike! Because that's, threatening to take these services and give them back to the county. They don't want any parts of it. The county police go, oh, get away from us. This has been a basic, huge issue for how many years?
20 at least.
At least 20. You know, it's been ongoing, and each year the counties nitpicked a little bit more money out. You know, we'll take more, and I don't know. Do you say, oh, okay, county, bring your recreation department in, bring your police department in, bring your public works department in, bring your housing code in. Let's have you all scary, you know, because I might say yes.
Councilmember Schultz.
You can make my light go off.
I sat through the meeting. I learned a lot. I was very impressed by the tone of the conversation. I came to the realization of the fact that Susie and Brian's predecessor, Barbara Matthews, are the two most expert people in Montgomery County, including the OLO, on this subject. Tried to read the OLO report. It's 80 pages of a lot of stuff that's not very helpful, a lot of historical information that, some of that's useful to understand how we got to where we are. But I remind myself that this report was ordered by the county council, and it was for the county council. It certainly wasn't for us, but it is full. I think the report is safe to say has got a lot of blind spots in it, and which is really disappointing. And that isn't the question of the professionalism at all of the people who prepared the report. That not at all. I just think it's a case that they basically prepared a report that they felt that the county council wanted to receive. It just amazes me. Well, I guess to cut to it is that the feeling that I get from this is that somehow or another there seems to be a sentiment, and I don't know where it originates from, that there's kind of a resentment that we need any money from the county at all. That somehow or another any penny that we give to them, that they give to us, is out of the magnanimity of the county council. And that the sheer fact that this is money that residents pay, but for an historical fact, could just as easily be written a check to the treasurer of the city of Tacoma Park. But the money goes, it ends up in Montgomery County, and they are in a position of power to mete out what money they think we deserve. They seem to be totally resistant to formulas that would be sensitive to the individual services, like having a formula that would be sensitive to what true police costs are, or true crossing guards are, or the true cost of road work, or the library. But rather they just want to make it incredibly, stupidly simple, if I'll use that word, by just applying a per capita formula to the whole thing, when it could. There are formulas that exist, have been used, and could be used, and it is discouraging that when we have like 3 members on the county council from Tacoma Park, and a 4th one that lives right nearby, that somehow or another we're just, with maybe 1 or 2 exceptions, simply not getting them to be able to understand what it's like when you're at the bottom looking up, as opposed to be looking down. My quick math indicates that the amount of money that they're nitpicking about is well less than 0.5% of the entire city county revenue. And if you talk about the full budget, it's the decimal point is even further over. Right. And you would wonder, I wonder, why is it so important for the county executive, Mr. Leggett, and the various members of the city council to waste such an incredible amount of their time, their staff's time, and our time over such an insignificant portion of the county's budget, when in fact what they could do is just say, let's pick a big round number and just give it to you every year, and that'll be it. It'd be like a block grant, but it'd be fixed and it would go until somebody said it doesn't work anymore. But no, we've got to spend 20 years playing tiddlywinks on this thing. And it's just, as I say, it has this Alice in Wonderland quality that defies belief.
If I might, I think that, ultimately, the biggest problem is that municipalities in Maryland don't have authority to do different kinds of revenue generation with sales tax or income tax or cell phone tax or energy tax, any of those kinds of things. And so we are put in a very dependent position. But it is remarkable that it is apparently so galling that municipalities get some money.
Yeah.
Councilmember Grimes.
Thank you. Sorry I wasn't able to make last Thursday's session. I had a meeting with constituents that I needed to attend, and similarly this Thursday I have a meeting of cross-jurisdictional with District of Columbia residents organizing around the Tacoma Metro issue. I think it's very important to hear ourselves talk from the point of view both of our joint constituents with the county and of the county council members. For instance, we can say that 0.5% of the county budget is very small, but as you observed a few minutes ago, we do have ongoing cost every year. Most of our programs are ongoing cost. Most of the county's programs are ongoing cost. The county pays a pretty steady amount, I would guess, for police, for their own public works. I'm setting aside schools, for other programs, so that the amount of county discretionary spending, what they have to play with in terms of, well, we'll do this year and we will cut back the other thing and so on, probably amounts to far more than 0.5%. In other words, if the county budget is, I'm going to make up some numbers, $2.6 billion a year, maybe the discretionary amount that isn't tied up in regular, ongoing, year-to-year programming might be $100 million, $200 million, in which case $11 million is much larger than 0.5%. So think about that from the county council members' point of view. In addition, I hear us saying, I'm going to recapture what I heard from city staff this evening, that taxpayers pay taxes twice to two different entities, but the city doesn't get back the money, the extra money from the duplication. The taxpayers pay, the city gets back. I think that rebates are fundamentally flawed because the city didn't pay the money to the county in order to get the rebate. The taxpayers paid it to the county. Now, so this is leading up to a question to you. You said earlier, you remarked that the question of the state income tax cap at 17% for the tax that the county collects going to the municipality isn't fair. I'm curious what you think a fair figure would be. If not 17%, would it be 30%? Would it be 50%?
I don't know that there's a one amount that is, that makes sense.
Well,
I think it's simply, it was an arbitrary number that was picked by the General Assembly back in '37.
Sure,
and so.
What complicates it further is that we don't get a portion of that money that goes to the county from people who. On their phone bills. Money goes to the county. We don't get a portion of that. So it is very complicated what goes to them. But it does seem wrong to me to separate out the income tax allocation to the municipality from the question of the property tax-based rebates or tax differentials and so on. So I actually do have another question in here. It appears that in the OLL evaluation, the question of the exemption that Rockville, Gaithersburg, and Washington Grove property taxpayers enjoy from the so-called county recreational tax, which has been at 3 mills for several years, didn't come up. It has been my opinion for,
It's-
is it in there? Did I just miss it?
It is in their reference to different way. They feel that the metropolitan district boundaries, which is what exempts those municipalities from that, should be changed or eliminated, primarily related to park maintenance.
But well, okay. I mean,
And-
would they eliminate that tax exemption for the property owners? Is I guess what I'm really asking.
It's not clear. The one point that I think, I had asked by email of the council is, do you feel that everyone should pay towards at least regional park maintenance? Because the residents of Rockville and Gaithersburg do not contribute to that because of that exemption.
Well, it's not just parks; it's recreation
I know,
as well.
but I'm just saying that at least for regional parks, which clearly is something that all Montgomery County residents would presumably enjoy. But the OLO recommendation is to look at, should there be those metropolitan district boundaries, and if those are removed, could there be some other fair computations?
I'll have to look into this some more.
Yeah,
because
the
I didn't spot
difficulty.
it, but
Yeah, the difficulty is that they didn't talk to anybody from Park and Planning also about what the implications of that are.
yeah. Well, I still wonder why we don't. While this whole thing gets worked out in the global solution, I know that at least one of the council members on the GO committee doesn't want to do this. He wants a comprehensive solution, as does, I believe, the chair of the GO committee. But why our property owners don't get the same exemption from the recreational tax that the people in Rockville and Gaithersburg in particular do. Anyway, my main point in what I've been saying is that I think our language is not quite correctly positioned in terms of how it's going to be heard. We can have arguments about fairness and all of this kind of stuff, but I think we do need to be sensitive that what we're arguing for is a payment to the city of money that the taxpayers pay to the county, not city money that gets paid to the county, getting some of that back, and that we should try to be more careful about that language to make it abundantly clear that the rebate is for services, not some kind of windfall that the city is expecting. As much as we try to make it clear, I don't think we do it adequately. Thank you.
I do think that the OLO report, leaves the question of whether it's a tax differential or rebate, up to the various municipalities. But I appreciate it. I'll look again at the language and see if there's some way that we were more careful about that.
Councilmember Siemens.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to Ms. Ludlow for this very comprehensive presentation. I think it's been very helpful. And I appreciate all the time that you've put in on this subject in the many years that I've known you. I think back to 1999 when I first joined the council, and recall this discussion going on then. And through the many years since then, we have talked about all the different approaches we might use to get a fair response from the county, and it's been cajoling the county council members, trying to educate everyone on how this really works, and that's no small task right there, as you know. But we've discussed suing the county to get our just due. And we've talked about a whole lot of things, but the GO committee itself, I think, was major progress that was made, and actually getting people to sit down at the table and learn about the subject. And
I agree with that.
And I think we've also learned something from that too, from that process. It wasn't just that we knew everything, and the county had to understand it. There were some important things that we've learned through this process. But I think we need to have a unified approach. I like your suggestion that we reach out to the community, and I think that's really where our education process has fallen short. We need the community to understand the problem. We need them to understand the problem as the election approaches, because county council members are going to be up for re-election, and I think community members will be shocked when they understand that they're paying extra money in city taxes because the money that they are paying to the county is not being used for services in the city. It's being used to supplement the money that's used for services outside of the city. I think, as some of my colleagues have said, that terminology is critical. We're not asking the county to give us money. We're asking the county to return money to us that is
Been overpaid.
Been overpaid by the residents of and the taxpayers of the city of Tacoma Park. And I think as we educate people, and many times I've heard how that our city residents are taxed at a 65% above what other residents of Montgomery County pay for taxes. I think when people realize that a big chunk of that is because that they're having to pay for services outside of the city of Tacoma Park, they'll be outraged, as council members have been. Of course, that's a double-edged sword, because they may be outraged that the council hasn't resolved this problem yet, if it's been since at least 1999. I think I appreciate your suggestion. I think we need to educate the community, and I think the council should give some thought to how we do that, not just like Councilmember Smith's question about what's our elevator speech,
Right.
because that is important in trying to I hate to use the word market, but
No, I mean, I think you do need to educate. I actually will have some small item, at least in the newsletter, that allows people to get some information.
I think
on this
that's
as well.
important, but I think we need to have, and I suggest to Mr. Kenner that we need to have a comprehensive marketing program for this, so that we get the message out, a clear message to the community, just as we want to get message out that we have a great recreation department. We need to get this message out in a clear and concise manner that is in front of our residents and our taxpayers at every possible turn that they make, so that they understand the problem and our recommended solution. Thank you.
Councilmember Mayo.
By the way, I would agree with that.
Yeah, no argument either. I guess one of the questions that has not been addressed by my colleagues is I don't really understand how what is proposed in the OLO report, or clearly the previous solution, is the lasting solution that the county council and the GO committee have wanted. So there's nothing that really addresses that problem, something that will make this issue go away, right? To make it.
And that actually is a good point to make to the county council.
I mean, it's always going to be a battle every year.
Well, especially the way that they've structured this.
The
yes.
grants approach in particular seems like
absolutely
one of the worst possible choices. Fair enough. And so, I mean, if we can do anything to think about approaches that would at least move in the direction of something that is somewhat more constraining on all of us, presumably that would be a positive contribution to counter the parts of the OLO report. Do any of my colleagues remember what the budget was for the Pavilion 4 on Montgomery College? Was that $8 million?
The combined Pavilion 3 and 4 was $10 million.
$10 million, there you go.
So, why do you ask?
Because there's the budget for the whole county, tax duplication payments for every municipality in the county, to do exterior changes to one building on one county college is worth a $10 million project versus this amount. You can speak afterwards, Councilmember Grimes, if you'd like to take the mic back during your time. But it's just, I mean, to the point of marketing, we need to sort of put this in context. I think it does seem really striking that we spend so much time fighting over such a essentially a small amount of money on the county scale of things. And I hear Councilmember Grimes' point about the discretionary portion of their budget versus non-discretionary. But you could argue that portions of this money are also non-discretionary
Yeah,
because they pay for things
the
like
vast
police.
majority of ours is non-discretionary.
It's non-discretionary, right? So it's the same thing. It's apples and apples. In terms of the question about rate differential versus tax rebate, if that was a point that was in negotiations at any point that somehow made it easier to get a better solution by moving toward a differential approach, then I think the point that I can't remember which, I think Councilmember Grimes again was making the point about this is our taxpayers' money, that if we had to move that way to get a more favorable solution overall, that maybe that's something we should put on the table. But I hear your points about the disadvantage of a differential approach is that it goes only to property tax payers, which is going to be, non-renters, although some of it would trickle down. Thank you for your work on this.
And a reminder that, to the point about the total amount of money involved, the point that I've always made to the county folks through this whole process is if all the municipalities went away and all the services we provide went away, and the county had to pick up all the costs for all those services in the municipalities for the 16% of the county population that lives in municipalities, and what do you think that cost would be to the county, even just for police services? And we're talking about Tacoma Park, Rockville, Gaithersburg, and Chevy Chase Village are the ones with the police departments. If those went away, what would their increased cost be? Would it be more than what they're paying now, which is about $7 million? I think so. Yes. And then you layer on all the recreation and all the senior services and all the public works and everything else. It's a huge amount, and they're quibbling over the dollars. Councilmember Daniels-Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going back to you either pay now or you pay later with interest and dividends. And if all of these services were removed from the municipalities and the county would have to pay for it, it would be many more dollars than what they're giving us right now. I mean, it's outrageous, and they're holding us hostage, basically. And it may require some outrageous, how do I say this? Outrageous changes on the municipalities' parts. I'm not sure anybody wants to pull all their services, Rockville, Chevy Chase, especially the police, because Montgomery County ain't going to be able to make it happen. They just don't have it. You open up all the space, they do not have it. I agree that we should do some kind of a marketing plan. I'm not sure, as a Tacoma Park resident, I care that I'm paying X dollars. I don't know, maybe the county should get to have it all, and then give us the services back. I know that those services will never be what they are now for us. The county, they don't want any parts of it. I've already talked to the recreation people some years ago. They don't want any parts of it. So I don't know. You want to be bold and say, we're pulling, county, you take care of, or do you want to just keep on going and try this method? And I think maybe the marketing program with the citizens, so that they know what's going on and why it's happening and why the cost is so high, might be the tenderest way to go right now. But I'm telling you, if that doesn't work, strike, and see what happens. That's scary stuff for the county. Ike Leggett doesn't want any parts of Tacoma Parks public services, does not want any parts of it. So I don't think. I think I wrote all over this piece of paper. Thank you, Suzanne. This is a great report. Really, really great report, great letter. This was I had no idea how, I mean, I knew it had been going on for a long time because we'd been screaming about it for a long time, but I had no idea how bad the county had gone. And I am tired of paying for Germantown's recreation department because that's what we're doing. We are paying for Germantown. Gaithersburg has their own deal, but we're paying for everybody else's stuff instead of allowing us to, continue to happen. That's it for me.
Councilmember Grimes.
I want to expand a bit on we've used the word marketing. Marketers like to use the term messaging. In other words, how you express things. I want to expand a bit on the messaging question. I am sure I'm not the only council member who gets residents, constituents asking me, why are Tacoma Park city taxes so high? In the last year or so, I've taken to responding to that question by saying, I don't think you're asking the right question. The right question is, why are county taxes applied to Tacoma Park residents so high? There's a misperception that it's the city taxes that are high. The perception that I think we should be moving toward in the way we describe the situation is that county taxes are high in Tacoma Park, higher than they should be. Next, to point out the obvious, we discussed it earlier in relation to the state House of Delegates and Senate. 2014 is an election year for county council. The primary for state representatives is in June. The primary for the parties for county council is also in June. In 2006, a number of city council members and local activists had Ike Leggett and Steve Silverman, the two candidates for county council, in here, meeting in the second floor conference room. We had in Hans Riemer and Valerie Irvin, the two candidates for District 5 County Council, to talk about tax duplication. So while we are dealing with the GO committee and with the county council as a whole, we are also dealing with individual candidates. Councilmember Irvin, as far as I know, has not declared whether she will be running again for District 5, but I know of two individuals at least who are kind of ready to jump into that race, depending on what she decides to do. There are two other announced candidates for county executive, Phil Andrews, and he's currently a county council member, although not on the GO committee, of course, and Doug Duncan, the former county executive. While I already know who I'm favoring in the county executive primary race, we do have an electoral situation here, and the people who are candidates can and should be called to account by the people whom they would have vote for them. And so that's something to consider in working with the Tacoma Park residents, including local activists, some local activist groups, and also individuals and community leaders, whether we can encourage them, work with them to raise tax duplication as an issue, and perhaps even with some of the people who are thinking about running for county council. Thank you.
So what we've got in the way of next steps is continued discussions with our municipal colleagues on Thursday night in Poolesville, continued discussions about tax duplication at the statewide level with the MML and MACO task force. The immediate thing that we need to do is come up with final suggestions for making this draft letter a final letter. Right. Do you have a time frame when you want comments?
I would love to get it within the next day or two because we need to get that also to share with others.
Right.
And I think it's pretty close, but I'd like to take the comments that people made today and just double check on that.
And then push that out for one final.
Correct. And get it signed off. And I do believe that it's appropriate, if it's possible, that you all sign it. I think it has more impact.
Just as the letter that's going to go from the chapter is going to have sign off from all the municipalities in the county. So if we can get back to you right away with any comments on what you get out to us, that would be very helpful.
I think those are near-term actions that we talked about, but I do think we need to develop a comprehensive outreach campaign with the different media that we're going to use, different approaches to get the message out, and what that message is, very clear and concise message, so that we can attempt to have everybody in the city understand the situation and what we want to happen.
Anything else anybody has, any direction that anybody needs that we haven't covered? Okay, thank you. We're adjourned.
Love it, love it, love it.
Of Africa, north of the Torres. Sea breeze meets warm air rising, stirring the turbulence. Counterclockwise spin of prevailing winds, picks up steam, speeds it up again, and it moves over warm water, warm at the equator, tropical storm, blowing louder. Now it's a hurricane. Out curling, fan-shaped track of its probable path. Rain squalls are threatening. Counterclockwise spin of the roaring wind. Gale force now speeds it up again. Drifts back over warm water, warmed at the equator. Class 2, class 3, class 4. Now we got a hurricane. Smashing jetties. Just to the mainland, rain in all directions. Knee-high flood, water running down the streets. Rivers run free through broken levees. Washed out refugees, they all flee the hurricane.
Council will stand in session. Roll call, please.
I'm not here asking you to stop growth.
A member of my family was killed with a gun. It can happen, and it does, and it was an accident.
To vote against these fairs and cutting services.
Aye, passes 5-2.
A lot can happen in a day. We'll make sure you don't miss a thing.
Of Africa, north of the Gold Coast. Sea breeze meets warm air rising, stirring some turbulence. Counterclockwise spin of the great wind picks up steam, speeds it up again, and it moves over warm water, warm to the equator. Tropical storm is blowing louder. We got another hurricane.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, aquí terminando de trabajar. ¿Dónde vas?
Voy a registrarme para votar en las elecciones municipales del 5 de noviembre.
Pero si tú no tienes papeles.
Aquí en Tacoma Park, si eres residente de la ciudad, puedes participar en las elecciones democráticas.
¿Sin papeles?
Sin papeles. Para registrarte solo tienes que presentar una identificación con foto, como pasaporte o la visa, y documentos de residencia como el título de propiedad, un cheque de empleo o un recibo de utilidades. Vamos, hombre, ven, regístrate tú también.
No sé si puedo hoy, hay partido.
Tienes hasta el mismo día de las elecciones, el 5 de noviembre, para registrarte.
Me voy a mi país en noviembre.
No importa, puedes registrarte y tienes todo el mes de octubre para hacer el voto ausente por correo. Para algo vinimos a este país, ¿no? O solo para quedarnos callados. Además, yo voy a presentarme en las elecciones como concejal del distrito.
¿También puedes?
Pues claro, esto es democracia. Vente a la reunión para la nominación electoral el 1 de octubre a las 7:30 en el auditorio del Centro Municipal. Y así me apoya en la candidatura. Que tú vives en mi distrito, hombre. Y por cierto, ¿cuántos años tiene tu hija?
16.
Que se registre también. En Tacoma Park, los mayores de 16 años pueden votar en las elecciones municipales.
No sé.
Vamos, hombre, no seas idiota. Regístrate y vota.
Bueno, vamos, pues.
Somewhere in the maze of important hallways, I lost my way. Till I met a little man who had an exit plan. He led me by the hand. We walked for days as he talked of ways to live within this land. Then I turned around, he was gone. I saw I was back where we began. When I try to sing my song and no one sings along, I think I'm singing wrong. Till I hear a pair of hands clapping somewhere in the stands. It's that little man. No one can see that man but me. I'm told he's not here, but he is, I know. He's the one who showed me how to sing through fear. Don't think me mad, don't think me crazy. Don't think my mind has finally blown. Too soon you'll find you need that little man. But this one's mine.